of License Commissioners of Carroll County to order. Begin our meeting with the pledge to the flag, followed by a moment of silence. Memory of those who have gone before us and made this country great as it is. And also, at this time, I would like to recognize the recent passing of a former member, Mr. Bob Taylor. With that, it's strictly voluntary. Mr. Harmon.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, if he will call our 10 o'clock case number 6372, please.
All right, case 6372, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Donna Bymiller and Kenneth M. Brewer for the use of restaurant, retail, and real estate LLC, trading as Blaze Pizza, 265 Baltimore Boulevard, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing dated January 28th, 2022. January 26th, 2022, letter from the Board of License Commissioner from Ron Carr, Revenue Examiner 2, to the Board of License Commissioner. January 21, 2022, notice of public hearing for this case. There is a December 30th, 2021 letter from Andrew R. Gray, Comprehensive Planner, to Joe Vance. There's a memo from Belinda Gazelle, Collections Office. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Joe Vance sent a memo to various state and local agencies, and she responded. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Health Department. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a December 22nd, 2021 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Ronald Carr, Revenue Specialist. Then there is an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, driving record, menu, plot and floor plans, licensed establishments, workers' compensation certificates, SDAT information, articles of organization, corporate information and stock sheet. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
May be seated. As those of you who testify please pull those microphones in front of you. And before you testify or make any comments, please state your full name and your address, please, and spell your last name for the record, please. Who will be presenting the case?
I will.
Okay,
will.
you can move that thing one way or the other, so.
You don't have to push a button.
Okay. My name is Kenneth M. Brewer. My address is 951 Fell, F-E-L-L Street, Suite 819, Baltimore, Maryland, 21231.
Ma'am?
Donna Lee B. Miller, 388 Hostelwood Court, Westminster, 21158.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed to tell us what you plan to do and why and so on and so forth.
Okay, so I am the owner of Blaze Pizza. I have the rights to Blaze Pizza in Maryland. And what I would like to do, and what my intentions are, is to serve single-serve bottles of beverages, beer and wine for right now. And then with the opportunity, should we decide to go beyond that, we would sell single-serve mixed drinks. But for our original intention, just to provide a combination of alcoholic beverages for our guests. When I originally opened the restaurant, I was debating whether we would do it or not, but by popular demand of the guests, we decided to do it. And it's something that they want. I think the ideal of having a establishment like we have with pizza, wine, and beers really blends well with the community that's really driven by some really great wineries here, some really great breweries here. So we just want to make sure that we're consistently providing services that the community wants.
Did I hear you say you have other franchises?
I have other restaurants. This is not my first.
Are they pizza?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a liquor license with them?
I do not.
And where are they located?
I have one other one that's in Towson, 409 York Road, right off the campus of University of Towson.
It's at Baltimore County.
Yes, correct,
So if you applied for a liquor license in Baltimore County, you'd have to purchase one,
correct.
and probably none available.
Well, actually, the building itself does have a license attached, but there's enough service of alcohol on campus already, and I didn't think that it wasn't a demand for the students to have any additional access to it.
So it's on the campus of Towson?
It's on York Road, yeah. It's not on the campus, but I don't know if you're familiar with the area. Do you remember where Green Turtle used to be?
Yes.
So it's directly across the street from where now it's called Backyard, and they sold out during the pandemic. So it's directly across the street. I mean, you walk across the street and you see our restaurant. We're outdoors on it. So it's been operating for 3 years now. It's doing well. Survived the pandemic. It's in good standing as well.
Do you have any experience with sales of alcoholic beverages?
Yes, so my background is I was an executive for Walmart, and I retired at 50 from Walmart. And so except for here, every other state that I oversee, from the time I was a department manager to the time I was a general manager, we sold beer, wine, and liquor. Of course, each state has different regulations about how you serve, what time you sell, whether you open up on Sunday, whether you got shut down on Sunday, open up at noon. But for the most part, in 6 states I've had, except for this one, I had actually beer, wine, and alcohol physically on premises in the Walmarts that I used to manage, operate. So I'm pretty familiar with.
But in your Walmarts,
I beg your pardon?
you didn't serve individual drinks, did you?
No, no, it was just they would pick it up and purchase it
To go?
to go.
What states were those Walmarts?
So we had Michigan,
Uh-huh.
Ohio,
Okay.
Atlanta, and then here. So this is the only one that decouples them, you know.
But you did say personally you've never held a liquor license,
No,
and you're not TIPS or TAM certified then?
I am.
You are? Good.
Those are.
We both.
Both are.
It should be in my file as well.
Let me ask you a question. I'm very familiar with the Blaze Pizza, and by the way, the food is delicious in there.
Thank you.
Where are you planning on setting up for this alcohol? Because I know most of that is a cooking area back there.
Yes, so you're familiar with my restaurant?
Yes.
So if you see where that middle island is,
Mhm.
if you're looking, and it's where we would normally do onlines,
Mm-hmm.
I purchased a 36 by 60 locking glass case,
Okay.
and it will be locked back there. It's 36 inches on that island available, and we did that intentionally. So if we ever wanted to incorporate beer and wine, we would have the ability to do that.
Okay.
And then, if you're looking directly at the oven, to the right of the oven, what our idea was to have empty containers up there on display so that people can see, so that, it has a visual of what's available underneath. But it will always be locked up, secured, and in a locking case, and it have to be served by one person out of that case.
Are you 100% owner?
Of the company itself, yes. Of the, I have a sub-company that, of course, Vicki and I partnered in, Great Story. And so for anything outside of the beer, wine, and liquor, I'm 100% owner, but for the beer, wine, liquor, and anything spirits, we're gonna do together.
So Ms. B. Miller is going to be 10% owner?
Yes, she is. She's on file on our entity agreement,
And what did she pay for that 10%?
$3,000.
How much?
$3,000.
3?
Yeah.
You got me a little bit confused, if I understand what you just said. You're gonna be 100% owner of all the food business?
So, for the purpose of the franchise, I cannot subordinate the franchise. So what I can subordinate is the entity that it operates. So Fire Restaurant Group, but I had to use a name of Blaze Pizza for the purpose of this, for a trade name. But the real trade name is recognized by me as Fire Restaurant Group. She's 10% of that. I cannot subordinate any percent of a franchise. Period. That's just the way they operate. So, Fire Restaurant Group can open 25 restaurant groups if we want to, but they might not be Blaze, they could be Burger Fries. And anytime there's anything in that group, she's with us, she's with me. But I cannot give her 10% of Blaze franchises. It's just legally not possible.
You are a owner of Restaurant Retail and Real Estate LLC,
Yes,
100%.
yes,
Okay, and does this LLC operate your other Blaze Pizzerias?
yes,
And how many do you have?
2. And we're gonna pick up 2 more.
Okay, and is there some type of franchise agreement between the LLC
Correct.
and Blaze Pizza?
Correct.
And that franchise agreement prevents another person to be part of the LLC, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the LLC is applying for this liquor license. And I guess what I'm confused is the gentle lady applying as a resident agent, Carroll County,
Yes,
for use of the LLC, but she can't be a member of the LLC.
she's Restaurant Retail and Real Estate is the company. Underneath that, we have DBAs doing business as.
Right, yeah.
Like that. And so she's part of the entity of the DBA that runs the restaurants, but not Restaurant Retail and Real Estate itself.
Well, they're doing business as. Are there any documents in your application that discuss the doing business as being distinct from the LLC?
Just an entity agreement, but not distinct, doesn't separate them.
An entity okay, so there's an entity agreement between the LLC and the pizzeria?
Yes,
Okay,
and it's in the file.
it's in here?
Yes.
Okay. What is Fire Restaurant Group?
That is the company that runs all the restaurant part of Restaurant Retail and Real Estate. So they, I guess it's kind of complicated because when you have a franchise, I can own several franchises. And each time I will open up a different franchise, I will open up a different subdivision under restaurants, retail, and real estate to operate those restaurants. So Fire Restaurant Group operates all of the Blaze Pizzas in Maryland. They are, and I think that's what kind of got a little confused because the city and the state sees us as Fire Restaurant Group. And then when they got to Joe, they said, we don't care, you guys said, we don't care about that. We see you as Blaze Pizza, doing business as Blaze Pizza. So we went back and forth, and they weren't even gonna give me my license and clearance to get the liquor license because the way we see the entity is different. And that's when I called Joe, and then she's like, no, this is for our purpose. We see you as Blaze Pizza, as how you do business. They see you as Fire Restaurant Group, and then they sent her verification document that it was set up that way. And then that's just the way, it's a separate way they view us.
Okay, so I'm still struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, I am too,
Um,
just so you know.
Yeah, so this entity agreement that's in the file, Fire Restaurant Group, and it has I haven't read it, but it has factional owners as Donna and Kenneth.
Correct.
Okay, and Fire Restaurant Group is not a corporate entity, is it?
No.
Okay. And under the terms of the entity agreement, so Fire Restaurant Group is an entity. I guess you're legally a partnership then?
Right.
You're not a sole proprietor, you're a partnership maybe?
In this, we would be a partnership.
In this situation?
Right, in this situation.
Okay.
But that partnership is only for alcohol sales.
Anything attached to beer, wine with any of the restaurant groups. So if we go get another beer license in for Towson, she's on it with me. Anything that has to do with spirits.
But her profits will come from only alcohol sales, no pizzas.
Correct.
So what percent do you think you're gonna be selling alcohol out of Blaze Pizza,
So,
of your total of your gross sales?
so I've asked around to try to get a great idea of what the penetration is gonna be, and they said between 6 to 8%.
6 to 8% of your
Yeah,
gross
still-
sales you think will be alcohol?
Yeah, we're still a pizza restaurant at the end of the day. And the other ones in the brand that have it, that have alcohol, there's 7 other Blaze Pizzas that I've reached out to, and it's pretty consistent with that. It's not the higher point of the business, it's convenient to the business, but it's not the driving, it's not our core business.
So Mr. Brewer, the entity agreement in the file, is that just one page?
Yes,
Okay. So what's next to it is the lease, and that's not part of the entity agreement. The entity agreement is just this, I guess, memorialization
yes,
of your relationship.
correct.
But it's not a partnership agreement. It's just basically a description of who the fractional owners are, and the fact that it's related to a franchisee, which is Restaurant, Retail, and Real Estate LLC, which is your company.
Correct.
I'm still a tad confused how we work this into our scheme, but I'll pass this on for anybody else wants it.
So do you have a name for your partnership between you two?
She's a Fire Restaurant Group, she's a piece of that entity.
I'm sorry, she's a piece of what?
The Fire Restaurant Group entity, she's a piece
Okay,
of that
yeah.
entity.
Yeah, so that entity agreement is entitled Fire Restaurant Group.
Correct.
So that's the entity, which Ms. B. Mailer is a 10% member of, and you're a 90% member of, and then that entity, and I think the closest thing I can call it is a partnership, really. I mean,
Okay.
although there's no partnership agreement, I'm not sure Maryland law requires a partnership agreement, but this is for our purposes, to say that you're a partnership. And what we know is the ownership interest of the partnership. We don't know how the partnership is terminated, or when it begins, or any of the things that we normally associate with a partnership agreement. We don't have that. And the partnership would only be involved in business related to the liquor license that you're applying for. And actually, maybe even the LLC is not making the application, but the partnership, the Fire Restaurant Group, they might be the real applicant. Am I right on that or wrong on that? I'm still trying to figure that out.
That would probably not necessarily apply in that theory, because I guess to clean it up, if we were to just take Fire Restaurant Group and say, forget it, it's not gonna be an entity of this, and separate it out and say it's an LLC independently operating on its own,
Yeah.
then that would be probably a cleaner way of determining.
That's true.
As opposed to attaching it to something I really can't give authority away to, and it coming before you saying, hey,
Right.
I as an individual do not have authority to subordinate the agreement that I already have with Blaze Pizza as a corporate.
Right.
So anything I do outside of them, I create my own entity for it, so that we can actually have some, it could be at least legitimate enough to enforce. Because it wouldn't be legitimate enough to enforce if I put it under restaurant, retail, and real estate, because that is the agreement that I have with Blaze not to subordinate. So it could get into a point where I couldn't satisfy that in court
Right.
against them. So I'm trying to create something that we can satisfy with Vicky, to make sure I'm doing her right, to make sure that I can control this and cannot be overturned or overruled by a pre-existing,
Yeah.
agreement.
So the LLC is gonna apply for the liquor license, and then you have a separate agreement with Ms. B. Miller,
Right.
that she'll get 10% of the alcohol sales. Is that what we're looking at?
Correct.
Okay.
Which has been the way every other Blaze has done it, just so you know. And so I just followed the prescription of what they did. I wrote it the same way pretty much down the line, but I know everywhere the rules are different, and
Yeah.
I just want to be compliant.
So
in whatever way
maybe,
I know.
so maybe, Mr. Barnhart, we don't have to worry about their private agreement, but we're just looking at the LLC. Would that be correct or not?
I think that I'm not sure that's correct, because doesn't the resident agent have to have ownership interest
I
Yes.
think so.
Yes,
in
they
the
do.
LLC? And the LLC is
In the LLC.
so it's,
And it would have to be a $5,000 instead of,
or,
or 10%.
yeah. So, based on the restriction of the LLC to have, as Mr. Burris says, a subordinate member, I guess, of a franchisee, that perhaps the LLC is not the best applicant, because so you're not a resident of Carroll County, right?
I'm not.
No. What county do you vote in? Do you have, it's not Carroll County, right?
I do not.
So what county do you vote in?
Baltimore.
Baltimore County.
Hey, pull your microphone closer to you.
Sorry.
Pull the whole thing.
Yeah, I think I would happen to agree with you about the LLC.
It is very tricky. I never have seen quite this structure.
Maybe we should take a recess and talk to
Yeah,
our
we-
attorney.
Yeah, we can.
Let's, a few other questions before we do that. Ms. B. Miller, I'm looking at your list of references here.
Mhm.
How do you know Pete Samios?
Family.
Family?
I worked with Pete from the beginning of Maggie's, when they had been Maggie's up.
Have you ever been
Nick
on?
Samios, do you know Pete's brother Nick?
Yes.
Nicholas? Well, that's, that's how I'm tied to Pete.
I know their father, Toss, too, but
Oh, Toss, wonderful man, wonderful man. So, yeah, so I worked at Maggie's for many, many years, so I'm very familiar with working around alcohol in a restaurant. Also, my daughter and son-in-law own 2 restaurants in Baltimore County, Times Square Kitchen and Artful Gourmet Bistro, if you've ever heard of either of those. So I've worked with them since they started. They're in the Metro Center.
how about Ben Yingling?
Hart, love Ben. And his dad. His dad, they're a wonderful family. I work for Carol Magazine now. And that's how I met Ken. I walked in to see about doing advertising for him. And, you know, the thing is, when you deal in marketing, you meet a lot of people. And you meet a lot of real people, and you meet a lot of people who aren't real. And you get a little attuned to picking out the difference between the 2 types of people. And when I met Ken, I was just so impressed by just the way he proceeds going forward, how he wants to keep the community so involved with this. And that's something that we agree on. You know, we want to do a lot to get the community involved. We have a lot of ideas for different things to do. And just, you know, we had a little boy come in yesterday, and how old do you think he was?
7 or 8.
Yeah, he came running in with his mother, and he goes, "I love this place." It was the cutest thing. So I said, "Can I do a video of him for Carol Magazine?"
So it's up and running, the pizzeria?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you have to. The pizza it's so good. It really is. It's all fresh and just, you know, many different crusts you can pick from, and it's a wonderful place.
So, Mr. Brewer, are you at this new store regularly?
Yes. I'll leave it at that.
It
Yes.
looks like a lot.
Yeah,
It sounds like you're there a lot.
It's a fantastic restaurant. You know,
It is.
it's perfectly placed. I know the developers that built it, they're S&R, they're great. They're building the addition next door to it as well, owned by a good friend of mine, Richard Rotner. And it's a fantastic place. We did every treatment we can put in that unit. It's a corner unit to make it really appealing to the community.
Yeah.
Went out and did some extra landscaping on the side where you see there's a patio to make sure that it reflected our brand and what we wanted to be in the community. We hired 99% of my team. I have 25 people that work in that building. They're 99% of them are from Carroll County and Westminster.
You say you have 25 employees presently?
Yes, and I made sure that they, you know, all of them now are live in Westminster. It's a great. I mean, you really, from a standpoint of going, you really should take a look at it and go in there just from the feel of it. I think it really represents the community well, and we just, you know, we listen to the community. We've been open for 8-7 months now, 7-8 months, and we just listen to the community. Like they walked in, they say they want this, we change. They want us to. I have other businesses that I've done, and Westminster has been from a opening of a restaurant, the very best one I've ever opened. From a restaurant, from a retail store as I had. It's a great community here, so if we can figure out how to give them what they want, then I'm gonna fight hard to get it.
Yeah, so I'm a little curious about the request for a liquor license.
Okay.
In addition, well, beer, wine, and liquor. Normally, I think of pizzerias and pizza restaurants as, and like you mentioned, you know, beer and wine is certainly the preferred alcoholic beverage when you're at a pizza restaurant. I'm just a little, interested in mixed drinks at a pizza restaurant, and how you think that's going to work for you. That adds another layer of management, so to speak, and care as opposed to just bottles and wines and plus expense. So tell me more about why you would want to move into serving mixed drinks.
So, now, it's interesting, I talked to Keith about it. I have originally no intention at all of selling any mixed drinks, period.
Right, yeah.
When I reviewed the contract and I was dealing with all the other restaurants in Blaze, and then I researched it, it was like $500 difference or $800 difference to add it. So I said, and then they were just like, get it, and even if you don't use it, have it, even if you're not gonna serve it. Because if you start, and I guess is where the other states are maybe different than we are here. They said if you start with just a beer and wine and then for some reason, any reason you wanna have a liquor license, then you gotta start the process all over. So from a monetary standpoint, I just said, okay, if I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get everything right now. But it's never been, nor has it been requested by any of my guests that we serve mixed drinks, and it would not be my intent to sell them.
Okay. So is that correct? To add a liquor to a beer and wine license, that you have to
It's
do
additional.
it all over again? Or is it just an amendment?
It's not just an amendment, you gotta have another hearing.
Yeah, you gotta have.
Okay, so a whole new application?
Well, having that liquor portion of it brings you to a whole different level of responsibility. You have to have a bartender. I mean, it's a lot. It's a different entity.
I understand, but let me ask this, because and here's where for me to learn, in the restaurants we already have, right, that the company has, that my other franchisees that I consulted with, and they have similar licenses structured similarly. They don't have a bar in there, nor do they ever carry any actual liquor.
Mm-hmm.
If I have the ability to sell it, I don't still have that ability to not carry it, not sell it, just because it's attached to your license. Is there a mandate that says I have to sell it and carry it and be set up to sell it?
If you have a beer, wine, and liquor,
Right, beer, wine, and liquor.
no, I don't think there's any mandate that
Right.
he has to do it. Is it Mr. Dixon?
No,
No.
no.
I think it just stays with the
Just stays
ratio
with-
between
right.
alcohol and food sales.
That's all.
Correct.
Right.
So that was my research on it, and that's consistent with all the other franchises that have the exact similar
Mhm.
license. I've toured them, and they don't. There's no counter. I'm not putting a bar up in the restaurant. I'm not going to, for the purposes. I'm not intending to sell mixed drinks. That's not the interest. So the structure of license was strictly that financial piece. Just made more sense to have it and not need it than to ever need it and not have it.
You said you have one in Towson,
Yes,
no liquor license at all.
none at all.
Are you associated with any pizza place that has a full liquor license?
I'm not associated with any, personally.
So the other 2 or 4, whatever you're talking about, adding, are they new franchises, or are you gonna buy another?
They're existing.
They're existing? Are they
Yes.
Blaze?
They are Blaze.
And they have no alcohol license?
No.
So out of the 4 or 5 that you're gonna be associated with, this would be the only one that would have a liquor license.
For now, correct.
Ms. B. Miller, do you intend to spend any time as a resident agent in the operation of this establishment?
Absolutely, I mean, as I started my, information to give to you all about Ken, and I wouldn't do this for just anybody, but I know the quality of this man, and just going there in the beginning just to get pizza and becoming, acquainted with all the people there, and, my, past history of working in restaurants and everything, I've been able to, be in and help him out with some things.
I don't
And
think
I
that-
look forward to being in there and just being a part of it,
I don't think this is a question of fit and proper. I think it's a question of how it's presented. You have no interest in the LLC. That's one of the issues, isn't it, Mr. Barnhart?
Yeah, they're both applicants for the liquor license doing business under the LLC. And you're allowed, we don't issue liquor licenses to businesses, we issue them to people, and they, for the use of the LLC, and which is how the application is framed.
Right.
See,
But
if you,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Mr. Warner.
But in this case, one of the applicants is not part of the LLC that this application is for the use of.
So if your 10% was actually for 10% of the LLC, it'd be no problem at all.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're seeing, how it's designed, or how you presented it to us.
Ms. B. Miller, you would be the resident licensee.
Mm-hmm.
You are totally and personally responsible for that license
Yes,
and any violations thereof.
yes,
You understand that?
I do.
And you still didn't answer my question. Do you expect, you can go in there and sit down and so on and so forth, do you expect to be involved in a daily operation per se?
Absolutely, yes, and.
And
part
what
of the
will your responsibilities be?
Well, I like to greet people, explain to them about the for new people coming in. I think you can read it on a board, about all the different, crusts that you can get. But I find it much better if I can be there, and as people come in, I greet them, and, I say, is this your first time at Blaze? Yes. Well, let me, tell you a little bit about Blaze, and, and we're gonna have events, and I will be there to help plan all that and everything.
How
Yeah,
many
I'll
hours?
be very involved.
How many hours per week do you expect to spend there?
Probably 25.
And what hours are you open without looking through here?
We open at 11 o'clock to 10 o'clock Monday through Friday, and Monday through Saturday, and then Monday through Saturday, and 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock on Sunday.
What's Saturday again? Like, pull that microphone and talk a little
Oh,
louder.
sorry. Daily, we're 11 to 9 now. 11 to 9, Monday through Saturday. And then Sunday, we have 12 to 8.
12 days. Now, without looking through this lease here, maybe Commissioner Barnhart
I glanced at it, but I didn't really look.
and Harmony has looked through it. Is there anything in that lease that refers your rent to sales?
And I have to look at what it, I think it's, after a certain, you reach a certain threshold, you would pay a percent. I think it was 1.4, 1.5 mil.
Yeah, it wasn't 3%.
What?
It was lower than 3%.
Lower than
Yeah.
The reason I ask that, it can't be over 3%,
Yeah, well,
or
yeah.
you're not eligible for a license.
I would not have let it be.
Okay?
How many
I do,
seats?
can I say something?
Sure.
So I want to, because I want to just talk about Vicky a little bit. So this is actually how we met. So I was sitting in a restaurant, there was no walls up and nothing up, and I think she probably saw me with my head down. She walks up to me and she says, "Are you okay?" And it was just framed out. There was not even glass up yet. She sat down with me Vicky sat down with me, I would say the rest of the day. And I was really contemplating, it was right in the heart of COVID. I paid cash for my restaurant. So I'm sitting there going, am I even gonna make it through open this restaurant? It's very difficult to get permitting and everything. You guys know what it was like. No fault of anyone. She sat down in that restaurant and encouraged me to keep going forward in a very difficult time for me. And I told her that day, we're gonna be partners. I didn't even think about the liquor license. We talked about Michael Jordan, we talked about my business partner, Lamar Jackson, we talked about everything. But we didn't.
I traveled with Michael Jordan for 9
Yeah,
years.
so we talked about that, and so I really, I don't give away any percent of my business entity lightly to gain a fractional piece of business. So as a business partner, she's been there every day. She comes in there 5 times a week. She does things in the restaurant. I have to tell her to stop working. And so I said, at some point, I got to, partner up with her in the right way. So I take our partnership seriously. And so in the spirit of how I wrote it was to make sure I could protect her, not protect me, protect the consistency of the license, and make sure that as a whole that I can uphold it. There's nothing that the franchise can do for me to not give her that 10%, even though it's structured in maybe a way that's not as technically the way you may want it. But for me, to be able to give her that 10%, I'm giving it to her regardless, whether I give
Okay,
it to her
so
myself.
that raises a good question, and maybe
Thanks.
to clarify a little bit. So in your mind, notwithstanding what is in the application, you envision 10% of the restaurant receipts, or net receipts, whatever, profits, going to your partner?
I would, absolutely.
Okay, so, but that's not in conformity with your franchisee agreement, but there's nothing that you know of in your franchisee agreement that prevents you from, even though she's not legally part of the entity, you can give away money to whoever you want, I guess.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I want you all to just come in and eat the pizza.
Yeah.
My family, my kids are always saying, can we get Blaze, oh, we had it last night, I'm there all the time, can we go someplace else to eat? It really, it's so good, you know.
Yeah. I haven't,
You're gonna put a full-page ad in Carroll Magazine?
It's already there.
He did.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Twice.
Twice, yeah.
We're at
Just out of curiosity, how many seats are in that restaurant?
53.
Okay.
Can I ask one question, just to clarify a point? Your outdoor seating, do you want the alcohol to be allowed at your outdoor seating?
Yeah, I don't want to prohibit it to being out there.
Okay. He has
is that a no?
he has an outdoor patio, he wants to have this,
He wants alcohol out there too?
He wants that to be part of the footprint?
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
At this point, I would recommend we adjourn for some legal advice. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman?
I'll second the motion.
I was gonna ask if that was in a formal motion, so.
That's a
that-
formal motion, yes, that's a formal motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we adjourn for legal advice. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, we will adjourn for legal advice.
It's just a fourth thing. That's what it is.
Okay, I make a motion that we go back into
Okay,
session.
that's it.
Return to session. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. The cause for the disruption, we were discussing legal advice in this manner, so we are now back in session.
Mr. Brewer, maybe I can help us find a good path. We all agree that you're an impressive gentleman, man. You're impressive as well, and you're certainly qualified to hold a liquor license in Carroll County. There are some procedural questions and some process questions that we're grappling with. So a question I want to put to you is, Blaze Pizza is a franchise business. You're a franchisee, and then you have at least I believe, and you have a franchise agreement with Blaze Pizza. It allows you to use the name and maybe the ingredients and maybe other things as part of the franchise. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that franchise agreement precludes having a subordinate member of the business, like the store, that you open up under the franchise agreement. That's right.
Correct.
Does a franchise agreement preclude you from opening up a pizza restaurant and not have it for the use of the LLC, which is now on your application? Do they prohibit you from doing that, I guess is one way of saying it.
I cannot own a pizza restaurant because it's a non-compete agreement in the FDD.
I'm sorry, you cannot own a pizza
so
restaurant?
The franchise disclosure agreement says I cannot own another pizza restaurant.
Right.
So
So it has to be for the use of any pizza restaurant that you open up, because of the non-compete, has to be for the use of Restaurant Retail and Real Estate LLC.
correct.
And for instance, your workers' comp insurance, does it have to have the LLC on that, and the lease and things like that? Is that required by your franchise agreement?
No, that's mostly often required by the landlord. But we also include the landlord and stuff like that. But we have some autonomy on how we insure our businesses. The
Right.
only scope that the Blaze gets into is the pizza. So, for an example, we can't sell a hamburger in there. I can't sell a burger, and I can't go out and open up, Blazones next door because I have access to recipes and all the information on that.
Yeah, all right, so that helps clarify. Your restaurant has proprietary materials that they get from the franchise
Correct.
corporation. And is the franchise corporation, the LLC that's on your application, the Restaurant Retail and Real Estate LLC, is that the franchising corporation?
Yes.
Okay, so just to sum it up, you would be prevented from opening this pizzeria without making it for the use of your franchise partner, who is the LLC,
Correct.
the franchisor. Okay. But it kind of puts a little bit of an obstacle in one path we were thinking about.
Yes, I think it's why, they don't preclude us from actually serving the spirits, the alcohol and beer and wine. What their intention is to never allow for a franchisee to flip ownership, because it happens. And so what'll happen is they'll 10% here, 15% there. All of a sudden, the person they franchise to owns less than 50% of their own franchise.
Yep.
Because they subordinated so much of it. Now they're in a relationship. Blaze is in a relationship with
Yeah.
someone other than who went through certification, other than someone who they vetted out, and they don't know who they're doing business with anymore. So they put these stringent barriers in there, put it that way.
Yeah.
And that's to protect them. And it's not really as, for me, you know, to protect the franchise as a whole so they can have a good understanding of who they're in business with, and we can't flip it, you know,
Yeah,
to someone
and I
else.
understand it.
That's the premise of it in
Yeah,
contractual
it's-
forms.
It's a good premise. It does make this a little challenging for us as we're grappling because we feel highly about your qualifications and your restaurant.
Thank you.
So are there any other Blaze franchises in Maryland that have liquor licenses?
No. So I own all the rights to Blaze Pieces of Maryland, and there's 2 here.
Oh, that's right.
And that's why they have to sell to me. So
Alright.
so we're in the process of that right now. So when I came, I didn't want any other Blazes in the area. There were 2 operating here. There was 3, Pratt Street, Laurel, and College Park. I have them closed Pratt Street because I was gonna do the acquisition because it was underperforming. And then so they closed that one. Now after we come out of the pandemic, they have to they either have to pay me to operate here or they gotta give me the restaurant. So those will come under our umbrella, but they will, one is on just right across from College Park, the University of Maryland. And I won't be interested in any beer and wine there. And the one in Laurel, I would not be interested in that.
So you have Maryland rights to the Blaze
All of them,
franchise?
yes, I have
Okay.
total rights.
Are there any Blazes outside of Maryland?
Yeah, oh yes. 365 other ones.
Okay. You know if they have liquor licenses?
Yes, when I'm saying I'm reaching out to other franchise, I'm reaching out to those who already have liquor licenses. Not liquor, beer and wine. Let me clear that out.
Okay.
They're all beer and wine. I don't know of any others that have, except for 2, that have it attached to them, but they don't sell it. None of the Blazes sell liquor, by the way. They all sell beer and wine. So
Okay.
any of the ones I talked to. There's 5 in Florida, owned by MRG Group, and they have beer and wine. There's another group in Louisville, they have beer and wine. There's a couple in Pasadena, which is our headquarters, they have beer and wine.
Yeah. You see, what's interesting is different states have different regimes for the management of the sale of alcohol and the manufacture of alcohol. And Maryland is a little different than a lot of states in that local jurisdictions have maybe more rules and regulations than a lot of states do, where the government actually is the owner of the distribution chain.
We want to be compliant, so we want to
Yeah.
do what's right. I rather, even if it's not, I'd rather do what's right than to put myself or Vicky at risk in any way. And so,
Yeah. Well, you have a great restaurant and it's doing well, isn't it?
yes, yes.
I don't know what anyone else's thoughts are. Maybe a continuation to allow you to maybe discuss further with some other franchises, maybe outside of state, see if they have a different agreement, or maybe if your franchise agreement can be more flexible somehow to allow the arrangement that we're trying to and that you're trying to create. We would like to see you be very successful, and probably this beer wine license probably will help you.
Correct.
We're dangling up in the process of our rules that require an ownership interest, and then what does the for use of the LLC mean legally? And I think from our conversation with you, it means that probably that for you to use the word Blaze, that they have to be involved in this application. That's what it sounds like. I might be wrong. You know, maybe you can dig into that a little bit. And
Yeah, I'll find, I don't think it's exactly the word blaze. It's the, and I may be able to do it, I don't know for sure. It would have to be some addendum to the restaurant, retail, or real estate LLC's relationship with Blaze. Because right now they have a one-on-one relationship with, and I am me and restaurant, retail, and real estate are the same entity. We are one person. So what I have to say now, your relationship is with another person on the LLC itself, and then see how to navigate that piece.
So is Restaurant, Retail, and Real Estate LLC, are they the franchisor or the franchisee?
They are the franchisee.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke then.
Blaze Pizza is the franchisor.
Okay, and that's interstate.
And that is in Pasadena.
But they have franchises across state lines?
Yeah, they give them they award the franchise, let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a corporate business. Everybody's in LeBron James. It's a big deal, you know. Everyone's got a Blaze somewhere. David Robinson, every NFL player has attached themselves to this. It's the fastest growing QSR in the history of QSRs, which is quick service restaurants. It's the fastest one in the history, including everything. So I think they were just trying to protect. I think I can get I'll reach out to legal and see with Blaze headquarters and say, hey, here's where the challenges are.
Yeah.
And they probably never came across it. They're 6 years old, and they really grew fast, and they probably never came across it because very well, if I think through it, every place that has a beer and wine, they don't decouple beer and wine from retail in their retail boxes either. So that's a distinguishable difference right there. You can sell beer and wine in a Walmart or, like that. So
Yeah, and again, Maryland
yeah, I know.
is very sectional, very jurisdictional, so
Yeah.
it's going to, from cross county lines, you're going to find different requirements.
Yeah.
And maybe the franchisor can recognize that and you work something out, because we would love to see you keep the business going well and make it as good as you can.
And we want to do the right thing. So I'd rather not do it than do it wrong.
Yeah, well, so far you're doing the right thing. So far.
So I'll reach out to them and see what we can come up with, and we'll be, I guess, follow whatever procedure to.
Mr. Chairman, do you want a motion to continue?
Please.
All right, and we'll have this discussion. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to continue the hearing on this application until we get some further feedback from the applicants, and maybe schedule it, reschedule it if we can work something out, and go forward from there.
I will second that motion.
Motion been properly made and seconded that we propose to extend this hearing to a later date for some additional information and some clarity. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so ordered. This case will be continued. As has been mentioned, we have no qualms with your being proper and fit persons to have a license. There's some legal wordage and so on and so forth between the franchise of Blaze and the operation and the residency of an agent here. Hopefully you can maybe seek some legal advice or get information from headquarters of Blaze and clear up the questions that we have. And as I said, we have no question whatsoever that both of you are fit and proper to hold this alcohol license. That's not in question. It's just that according to our rules and regulations, there needs to be some clarity as to who is the actual licensee per se with relation to the corporation. So we'll continue this case at your pace. Perhaps we can get it done by next month or as soon thereafter as we can. So if you would like to meet with our attorney and office staff, they'll be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank you.
we look forward to having you back ASAP.
Thank you.
Does anybody need to take a break?
Be safe.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session, and I apologize for the lateness. However, sometimes things are scheduled a certain way, and the clock moves quicker than we do. This time, I'd ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to call our next case, 6373, please.
All right, case 6373, a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Rula Cicalis for the use of Carpathos Inc., trading as Fratelli's Italian and Seafood Restaurant, 2315 AB Hanover Pike, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074, violation hearing, sale to a minor. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. December 23rd, 2021, letter from Joe Vance to Rula Cicalis. A Maryland driver's license with the volunteer shows she would be under the age of 21 until 8/28/2023. Photograph with the volunteer at the table with a bottle of alcohol. Alcohol compliance violation sheet dated December 22nd, 2021. Signed by Inspector Keith Benfer, signed and completed by Inspector Keith Benfer, and a notice of violation for selling alcohol and completed by Josh Deal. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. And as you testify, those microphones, please pull them in front of you. They won't bite, and they're on. Please state your full name and address and spell your last name for the record. Inspector Benfer, will you be presenting this case?
Yes, sir. Yes. Inspector Keith Benford, Board of License Commissioners, on December 22nd, 2021, at approximately 5:40 p.m., I sent an underage volunteer into Fratelli's with the intent to purchase alcohol. The volunteer sat at the bar and ordered a Coors Light bottle of beer. The bartender, Joseph Deal, asked the volunteer for her ID. She showed him her vertical Maryland license, which stated that she was under 21 years old. The bartender then served the beer to the volunteer. I spoke with the bartender, Joseph Deal. He stated he is tips trained. He stated that he knew that selling alcohol to a minor is against the law. He has no reason for serving the minor. I've also spoke with the manager, George Cicalis. It turned out the bartender actually looked at the ID, handed the ID to the manager, and the manager okayed the sale of the alcohol. I then completed all paperwork. I can make a motion to enter 2 pictures as evidence. I show the defense attorney.
I've seen them, thank you.
We'll accept them into evidence.
At the time of this incident, the volunteer was 19 years old.
Did you learn the name of the manager?
I do not remember the name of the manager.
And Mr. Benford, who told you that the manager okayed the sale?
George, the general manager.
Is the server here? Or
No.
Okay, who is going to present this case on behalf of the licensee.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Lazuriaga. My last name is spelled Luzuriaga on behalf of the licensee. If it's appropriate, I'd like to ask one question of Mr. Benford, given the testimony that he's provided.
Let's hear.
Okay, the only question is, Mr. Benford, you don't know the name of the manager that authorized the transaction, but is it fair to say it was not Mr. Sikelis?
Correct, yes, sir.
That's my only question. And then procedurally, Commissioners, so that I get this out front, we're not contesting the violation. As you'll hear from Mr. Sikelis, I don't know that there's anything other than the best that we can do to explain it. So if I may be permitted to inquire of Mr. Sikelis, I've got some information I think that the board would benefit from hearing.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Sikelis, I don't believe you've yet stated your name and business address for the record. Please do so.
My name is George Sikelis. Business address is 2315A Hanover Pike, Hampstead, Maryland, Fratelli's Italian Restaurant. My last name is spelled Sakellis.
Okay. And Mr. Sikelis, you were last before this board, period, in March of last year. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that had to do with COVID restrictions, correct?
yes,
All right. And you were found not culpable in that matter, correct?
yes,
All right. Now, however, you were last before this board for two separate sales to minor violations. Those hearings took place in December of 2020, correct?
yes,
Okay. And during those hearings, there were two separate hearings, but they were back to back before the same Board of Commissioners. It was held virtually. You explained in detail not only the circumstances of those prior violations, but the training that your staff goes through, your restaurant policies. Do you recall all of that testimony?
I do.
All right. Now, prior to those last two violations, but after the only other one on Fratelli's record, which was in 2018, if memory serves correct. Yes. Did Fratelli's adopt, among other things, a alcohol serving policy?
Yes,
And is that policy in writing?
yes,
Is it contained within a Fratelli's employee handbook that each employee gets?
yes,
Now, I'm going to show you this. I don't know that we're necessarily going to make it an exhibit, but we may. Is it accurate to say that the alcohol serving policy regarding Fratelli's begins on page 61 of the 2019 handbook?
yes,
And it spans 3 total pages, correct? 61 through 63?
yes,
Okay. Now, there are a number of things included in the policy about what's to be done when presented with an ID, how much alcohol a patron can have. All that type of thing is outlined in the policy, correct?
yes,
And are each one of your employees given a copy of this employee handbook when they become employed?
yes, they signed the last page for the receipt that they accepted.
Okay. Now, when you were last here in 2020, there was a distinction made between the acceptance of vertical IDs from the state of Maryland and from the state of Pennsylvania. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you described to this board the reasoning why Fratelli's had originally gone away from refusing any vertical IDs. Do you recall that?
yes,
And that was largely in part due to the number of patrons you had from Pennsylvania that had vertical IDs. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, for a period of time following your 2020 violations that we were here, was there a time where you implemented a policy where no Maryland vertical IDs were accepted?
yes,
Is that policy still in place now?
no.
Can you tell the board members why that policy was in place and then removed?
It's quite simple. The reason why it's not in place anymore is due to the customer complaints we're getting, primarily not from the people's driver's license, not the holder of the driver's license, but from the families, parents, especially moms. A lot of complaints with that. Therefore, I instructed the staff that when you get a vertical driver's license, you just simply don't even look at it, hand it to a manager. And the manager's gonna tell you if this guest can be served.
I'm sorry to interrupt, I have a question. When did this policy change take place?
About 6 months after I saw you on the virtual.
Okay, so you saw us December of 2020, and at that time, at that hearing, you agreed that you were going to have a no vertical license policy, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, and then you changed it to, back to your original policy of the manager will make the call if you're presented with a vertical policy, vertical license, is that right?
approximately 6 months after the hearing,
Okay,
we changed to managers will verify vertical driver's license.
So that was in June, about somewhere in June.
Around that time frame, yes.
and the employee handbook that council referenced, when was that put together?
The this edition of the employee handbook was put together in 2019.
Okay. And as far as vertical license goes, what does that edition of the employee handbook state?
Well, there's language in the employee handbook that says that if you're in any question or any doubt, give the driver's license to a manager.
Okay. That was a policy you had before the double violation that we saw you for in December of 2020. Is that correct?
What's that? I'm sorry.
So the policy that you just told us that's in the employee handbook really is the policy that you had in place before you came before us in December of 2020. If there's any doubt, go to the manager. I think that was your test. I think that was your policy back.
I may have said that during the hearing. I don't remember if I said that during the hearing, but
Okay.
it's something I would say. I would still say it now, and I'll say it to the staff today when I go to work.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
May I continue, or are there further questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Let me ask you a question. You've got a book there, a handbook there, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said this was on page 61 or 2 or something?
The alcohol serving policy begins on page 61.
And how many pages does it encompass?
The alcohol policy?
Yes.
3 pages.
And what is the total pages for the handbook?
Just a moment. 72? 72.
Thank you.
And if I may, in response to Commissioner Barnard's question, direct Mr. Sikillis your attention to the top paragraph on page 62. Would you agree with me that there is a portion that reads, all IDs or driver's licenses with a vertical format must also be confirmed by a manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to not spend a lot of time on it, but it may sound unbelievable to some in this room when you're talking about parents of somebody with a vertical ID complaining. How many times do you personally recall a situation where a parent of someone who came into your restaurant with a vertical ID complained that their child could not be served?
Well, the first time to answer your question, that was about every other weekend, maybe 2-3 times a month. It's actually gotten to one point where the guest got up and left. Already 6 left, and that was earlier on after I last saw you on the virtual hearing, so I still didn't implement any changes. And then I got some more. Then on another scenario where the guest was refused because he had a vertical driver's license. They stayed, but he simply didn't order anything but water.
So why were they complaining about not being served vertical? Was it their 21st birthday? Is that the situation?
I'm not sure if it was their 21st birthday because I didn't look at the date.
Because other than that, they were trying to get a person served that's underage.
And that may have been the case. However, according to their story, they're saying that they are 21.
According to
We
the
have a
story,
policy.
well, it would tell you right on their license, vertical license, whether they were 21 or not. You don't have to add anything. You just look on there and it tells you the date that they're 21.
I understand, but being that we've had some violations, we went with the policy of no vertical IDs, so the date would kind of not really matter, just because we're not accepting vertical driver's license at that time. After that is when I made the change.
Yeah, after the June 2020, you started taking
Around the
vertical
June.
license. Do you have any signs that say you don't take vertical license on your?
Currently, right now, there's signs that Keith has provided me that says that we do not accept vertical driver's licenses.
But you're not gonna abide to that policy though, right?
What's that?
You're still gonna take them, right?
No.
Oh, you're not now, okay.
Now, let's be clear. If I understood what you said a few minutes ago, if there's any question about a vertical license now, you take it to a manager.
Right now,
And
we're
you
not-
just now said that you don't accept vertical license. Which is it?
This very second, we're not accepting vertical driver's licenses. There's signs in the restaurant, at the entrance, at the bar, and at the back serving station where the servers exit the kitchen that say we do not accept vertical driver's licenses.
So what happens if another family of 6 gets up and leave? Are you gonna change your policy?
It's very hard for a restaurant owner to see guests drive from an hour and a half away to eat and get up and leave. But I'm not gonna serve that.
When did you institute your latest policy that you do not serve vertical licenses? When did that happen?
Well, it happened on February, I'm sorry, what was the last Sunday of January? The last Sunday of January, we had a staff meeting. We were also closed for a majority of January for renovations. And towards the end of the renovations, we had a staff meeting where all the bartenders, all the servers came in, and that's when I let them know that we are no longer accepting vertical driver's licenses, and there's no exceptions, and unfortunately, if they choose to leave, they choose to leave.
And that was after the latest violation
That was after the latest violation.
that we're here today for? Okay, I understand now. And so if I can understand the timeline, when you were here in 2020, in December 2020, you felt you would go with a no vertical license policy. Then you had pushback that had a commercial effect. And 6 months later, you said, okay, well, I'm going to go back to manager has to approve the vertical license if once presented. Is that right?
Yes, that
Okay.
policy was very strict too.
Okay. And then that was your policy until just recently with the violation that Mr. Benfer presented to us. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Thank you. Counselor, I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
No, no problem. I want to make sure that your questions are answered. Let's talk about the evening in question for the violation we're here for today. Were you working that evening?
It was.
Right. And who was the manager that Mr. Benfer referenced in his recitation of facts?
His name is Cheeky.
Cheeky. Right. And how long had Cheeky been employed by your company?
In the beginning, he was a server. He was a server for a year and a half to 2 years, and managing for another year.
Okay. And was Cheeky, excuse me, TIPS or TAMS certified?
He was at one point, but it may have been expired.
On the date of the violation, you're suggesting it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. So from your standpoint, obviously, you as the general manager and owner of the business, culpability with this board lies with you. But what further steps do you feel could have been in place to prevent what happened in this violation from happening? What else could be done?
Well, I wish the driver's license was handed to me, but it just happened that Cheeky was behind the bar at the time of this incident, and it was very easy for the bartender just to simply hand the driver's license to Cheeky, being that he was right next to him. I've taken some steps. Right now, I have 2 managers that manage the dining room and the bar. I am now attempting to hire, or looking for someone to just solely manage the bar and not be responsible for the dining room, and just keep a closer eye on the bar. And then leave the 2 dining room managers to manage the dining room. Also, the no vertical IDs that I'm going to do and stick to it, even if it does give me kickback.
So that we're clear in what you're stating your intentions are here before the Board of Commissioners, are you going to accept Pennsylvania vertical licenses at this
There's
point?
no vertical driver's license for any state.
Now, also, in terms of what's happened with the management and day-to-day operations since this particular violation, is Cheeky still employed?
No.
Did he leave voluntarily?
The evening of the incident happening, I sent him home, and I never heard back from him again. Taking everything into consideration, I felt that Cheeky should have been held accountable just as much as Joe Deal was, being that Cheeky did give permission to the bartender, Joseph Deal, to serve the beer to the minor. On camera, it clearly shows the manager holding the driver's license, looking at the driver's license, and gave permission to the bartender to serve her. But I haven't heard back from him since. Mr. Keith brought me some paperwork for the manager to sign. I contacted him. I need you to come in. I have some paperwork for you to sign. Never heard from him again. His wife mentioned that he is now in India.
You don't know that to be accurate. That's just her representation. And you haven't spoken to him since.
He
the
did
incident?
have a trip planned. He had a trip to India planned that he mentioned to me during his employment. But according to his wife, he won't be coming back now. I don't know if that's true or not true, but
So for all intents and purposes, he's no longer employed. He
No.
has not been there since December 22nd of last year.
correct.
Now, to your knowledge, Mr. Deal, the bartender, he's still employed, correct?
Yes.
And he did elect to participate in the state's attorney's diversion program, is that correct?
Yes.
And I know you tried to confirm it earlier this morning, but you were unable to reach him, but it's your expectation he has already completed that program, is that right?
Yes, I heard him mention that he was doing the program a few weeks ago.
Okay. Now, in terms of when you're there, you've previously testified to the board that you typically work 6 days, open and close. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Okay. In your role and your responsibility, would it be practical if every time someone had to check an ID, they had to specifically bring it to you? Or would that be too much to ask?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Counsel, do you mean a vertical ID? Or any ID?
Any ID that under the policy requires to be verified by a manager, because it also reads that out-of-state IDs need to be verified by a manager. But it's fair to say that at least on the date of this violation, you were reliant on somebody that you believed to be properly trained and could look at the front of an ID and see that this person was not 21, correct?
I was relying on Cheeky, yes, but
But you understand the culpability ultimately lies with you.
yes.
Obviously, at this point in time, when the board sees the fact that you've been licensed since before 2012, so almost 10 years, but you've got a cluster of violations in the last 2.5 years, you find that to be problematic, correct?
Yes.
And it's embarrassing to you, is it not?
Yes.
And at this point, you've testified about all the steps that you're gonna take to alter your business policy, moving forward. And is there anything else that you believe, in addition to, you testified you're looking for a specific bar manager you've changed the ID policy again, regardless of whether or not it's gonna have commercial effect. Is there anything else, that has been done in most recent days to incentivize anybody who, catches, somebody trying to, or doing a compliance check? Has that happened recently?
Yes, one of my, it was brought to my attention that last night, I don't know if it was a compliance check, it was a compliance check, that his name is,
Sorry, excuse me.
two guests sat down, asked for some type of beer, where my server then identified them and refused service. And there was an incentive to that staff member.
And do you intend to keep that policy in place? The incentive program, if somebody catches a compliance check or anything like that, would you be giving a bonus of some kind to that employee?
Yes, I'm going to give a bonus to them.
What was the incentive from last night?
It was $200.
Let me ask you a question. Did that server take those IDs to the manager, or did the server himself deny it?
That the server was reprimanded from last night because he did not follow policy.
So he did not take it to
He did not.
the manager, he just denied service
He
himself?
denied service himself. And his reasoning behind that was that he clearly saw that they were not 21.
And you penalized him for that?
He didn't follow policy, yes.
I thought you said you changed the policy.
I did.
That's after this event we're talking about right now? But I thought you were talking about
The-
last night. Last night, there was an incentive, and he didn't follow policy by taking it to the manager, but I thought you told us before that that's no longer the policy.
The reason why Joe was reprimanded last night is because I clearly saw on camera that he was looking at the driver's license and doing the math to see if these were 21. And when I asked them if these vertical driver's licenses were 21, would you have served them? And he said yes.
Okay, that's a violation of your policy, but your policy last night,
Yeah.
no vertical licenses, yes or no?
No vertical driver's licenses.
I'm sorry, yes. Okay.
So are you are tips or TAMs, right?
I have done the program 3 times.
Since you've done it 3 times, you do know you don't have to add anything on these licenses, right, to figure out if they're 21. It says right on there, 21 as of a certain date. You understand that, right? So your server didn't need to add anything.
George, you know the.
Right, I understand, but after I asked the server if he would have served these guests, and he said yes, that's not okay with me.
Okay.
Because we have a program that says no vertical driver's licenses. And by him saying yes, he confirmed to me that he would have accepted a vertical driver's license.
And he was aware of your policy change, right?
He was at the meeting that I held short.
Okay.
So, yes.
How many employees do you have that are tips or TAM certified? Do you know, roughly? You got so many employees that, unless you
3
know.
employees.
Pardon?
3 employees.
3? Only 3 are TAM certified, tips or TAM?
And I'm not quite sure if Joe is TAM certified, but if he is, that would be 4.
He stated to Mr. Benford that he was. I don't know why he would misrepresent.
How many total employees do you have?
With front of the house or the total with
Total.
the kitchen?
Total.
Around 45.
45 and only 3 are TAMs tips.
20 of which are back in the house.
Right, so 25 front of the house employees, and of that number, how many would be, or who would find it beneficial to be tips and TAM certified? How many of those would be serving people alcohol?
The bartenders and the servers would, which we have about 8, 9 servers a night and 2 bartenders, so about 11 employees and managers distribute beverages as well, so about 14 total in one evening.
Counsel, is there more thread you want to pursue? I want to get back to some earlier questions, but I don't want to keep interrupting you.
I don't believe so, no, thank you.
Mr. Sikelis, what ownership interest do you have in Carpathos Inc.?
The 100%.
100%. And what ownership interest in Carpathos Inc. does the licensee have?
Are we referring to profits?
No. Now, ownership interest, your license is in the name of Rula Sikelis for the use of Carpathos Inc.
Correct.
So Carpathos Inc. is a Maryland corporation, I'm assuming, and do you have any ownership interest in that corporation?
Yes.
It's like, do you hold stock? If it's a stock corporation or if it's a non-stock corporation, do you own a percentage of that?
I do.
Okay, and what percentage is that?
The officers on the corporation are me, Rula, which is my mom, and my father, Nick Sikelis.
Okay. All own equal shares?
No. And to answer your question, I don't exactly know, but I can find out and let you know.
No, it's not that important, but I just want to know that you did have an ownership interest.
Yes.
Okay. But the licensee is not here today because she's overseas, right? And when you were here the last time in 2020, December 2020, Ms. Rula Sikelis was not here at that time either because she was attending to ill mother. And she's still attending to that ill mother?
Yes, she was recently here, and I took her to JFK Airport to head back to her mom in mid-January.
Okay. So she has come back and been involved with the restaurant in between December of 2020 and today, mostly? Except for her visits to her mother?
She did come to the restaurant several times. But to tell you the truth, I'm the one doing the daily operations.
Right, yeah.
I'm doing the legwork.
Yeah.
So, she recently came and bought a home in Westminster, so she bought a house in Westminster. That shows me that she is planning on coming back
Okay.
soon. She came for the holidays and to check out the restaurant, and
All right. I just want to get the landscape there of, the licensee's involvement in the restaurant and the ownership of the licensee, because the licensee has missed the last two hearings, and normally we require the licensee to be here, but I understand these are extenuating circumstances. In December of 2020, you had mentioned that you had a volunteer named Nicolette who would come in and regularly test your people to make sure that they were following your compliance rules and things along those lines regarding underage sales, right? You remember that?
I do.
Do you still have that program in place?
I do, but not with Nicolette.
Okay. And what exactly is the nature of the program you have now to test your service?
The program I have now is the same thing, but with a kid named Austin. Great kid. He goes into the Middletown location and sits at a table and orders a drink. And I see if he's served. He does not actually drink it if he is served.
Okay.
And on occasion, he comes to Hampstead as well.
Okay. I'm sorry, so 2 different locations?
Yes.
Okay. And your attorney had discussion with you about the frequency of complaints of your customers when there was a problem with serving a vertical license, and I kind of missed the frequency. So there was a 6-month period after December of 2020 that you were not serving anyone with a vertical license, so I assume that was the period of time where you had most of your complaints about refusing sale to a vertical license patron, right?
Yes.
So during that period of time, could you discuss for us how often you would have a complaint during that 6 or 7 months?
A few times a month.
Okay.
2 to 3 times a month.
Thank
to follow up on that, to your best recollection, were the complaints from out-of-state residents or in-state?
Both.
Both? Approximately what percentage of your sales are alcohol?
A good restaurant should be 20%. I'm about 17.
Any further questions? Mr. Lozariaga, do you have any other questions, case to present?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sikelis, do you have another program that's not yet been discussed here today that you implement on some busier occasions to ensure that there is no complications with IDs or underage drinking?
You're referring to off-duty? On weekends and holidays like the weekend approaching, Valentine's Day, and starting from Friday, normally rolling to Sunday, but this time rolling all the way into Monday, I employ an off-duty officer, and they come in from 4:30 p.m., 5 p.m. to close, and they sit at the bar, and they make sure that each guest only has 3 drinks.
And the 3-drink maximum is consistent with Fratelli's policy.
That's our policy, that each guest can only be served 3 drinks.
Is that an advertised policy?
No.
Is that in the employee handbook that your attorney was referencing?
The employee handbook is gonna state that each guest can have 4 drinks, but now the policy is 3 drinks,
Okay.
And why did you switch?
because 4 is too many.
And this is an off-duty police officer?
Yeah,
What department?
Hampstead.
Okay. And this is just for like busy times, weekends, you're employing, so I assume you're paying them money to sit there and keep an eye on the establishment to make sure everything is within 4 squares.
I make that judgment call when I look at the reservations, and I know that it's gonna be really busy, and I know that even for someone like me, there's only so much attention I can put at the bar. Is it possible for me to manage the reservations, manage the dining room, and also count drinks at the countertop of the bar? So knowing that I can't be present there, I just put a body there.
So someone sitting at the bar waiting for a table to open up, does that happen at Fratelli's very often?
Yes, I'm informed if they have a drink at the bar, and then they switch over to us.
Okay. So that all falls in your lap then, keeping track of that 3-drink limit.
The 3-drink limit.
Mr. Sikelis, were you there the night of that violation? You may have told me, but I don't remember.
Yes, I was.
You were there that night. Let me ask you a little bit of question about the program you have where you have an individual come in and sit down under your orders and try to purchase a drink, and this person's underage. Do you use the same person all the time?
It's changed over to 3 different minors.
So you have 3 different minors that do it for you.
One or 2 of which are now 21, so I guess we can't use those, but yes.
So how,
It's not the same person every time.
how
yeah.
often do you have them do it?
It varies. Once a month. They're tested pretty frequently. Now, I make sure that I'm doing a variety of different employees, that I'm not obviously testing the same employee. Like, for example, last night, the kid that got the compliance check guest, he's one I would not test, because I know the type of employee he is. I want to test the ones that are in question.
Okay, so you would pretty much tell them what tables to sit at?
A lot of the times I seat them.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I understand the record here. Our wave chart indicates that since April 19th of 2018, Fratelli's has had 4 underage violations.
If I may clarify, Mr. Barnhart, that this would be the fourth.
Yes.
So there's the hearing date of June 13th of 18, 2 hearings on December 9th of 20.
Right. And
Yes,
there's no contest about today, so
No.
today's accepted as a violation.
correct.
So there's 4 since April 2018.
I believe one of them, wasn't one of them a failed recheck, I believe?
The 2 December of 20 cases were back-to-back in less than 2 months.
Okay,
Yes, but it was the recheck.
okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a failed follow-up as well, but,
Yes.
you know, Mr. Benford can verify
Yes, it
or
was.
clarify.
It was a
Okay.
failed recheck.
This manager that okayed this vertical license, how long had he been working for you?
Almost about 3 years
3 years? Was he promoted from a server to a manager?
he was.
And what was his name? I know you said Cheeky, but what's the name?
His name is Cheeky.
Uh-huh.
It's, I believe that's a nickname. I believe his legal name is Valbo, but I'm not quite sure.
What George has sent me before, because he actually, we're signed up for the diversion program. I'm gonna spell it. First name Vaibhav. Last name Chalky, Chalke. And on George's suggestion, we signed him up for the diversion program also.
Okay, right, so,
That's the paperwork I dropped. Now, he hasn't signed the paperwork, so
okay, so originally, he was not given diversion program paperwork, but.
and then
and
discussing
I-
with George and discussing with the state's attorney's office, it was determined that he should get the diversion
Yeah.
program also, offered it.
And I agree with that, and I agree with what you said, Mr. Sakalas, about he should also be participating in some sanctions as they come down for this. And I'm talking about the manager.
And I'd like to make a note, they were polite and cooperative throughout the incident.
For purposes of completing the record, I have one more question for Mr. Sikelis, and then at the appropriate time, I've got some comments I'd like to make.
Okay.
Mr. Sikelis, is it fair to say that if a suspension of your license were imposed, it would constitute a financial hardship on the business?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions, but at the right time, I would like to give some comments.
Commissioners, do you have any further questions before we move on?
I have one question, Mr. Skillis. What percent gross did you say your alcohol is?
17%.
17%?
Mr. Barnhart, do you have any?
No, I don't have any further questions. no.
You have any?
I don't, thank you.
With that, testimony is closed, and we will move into closing statements. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, obviously, we're here today hat in hand because there's really no explanation other than a factual one that the safeguards that were put in place that I know have been the subject of a number of discussions with this board, internally with Mr. Sikelis' employees and himself and his managers. Commissioner Barnhart put it in 2020 that something is missing, and it seems to be what Mr. Sikelis has come down to the idea is that no matter how much he informs or trains or relies on managers, there's something that's missing, unfortunately, has to be a stark policy regarding vertical IDs, regardless of the impact that it has on him commercially. Mr. Browning, the chair, was appropriately pointed out to him at the end of the 2020 hearing when Mr. Sikelis said, "This is what I'd like to do with your permission." Mr. Browning pointed out, "Well, Mr. Sikelis, that's really your decision." Now, obviously, with that comes all the trappings of, if that's not your decision, and your bartender and your manager don't look at something printed on the front of the license or fail to recognize it, you're gonna be the one that pays the price, and he's here doing that. The only thing that I can suggest to this board is that the absence of us really knowing whether or not there have been compliance checks in the 12, 13 months between the December 2020 violations and this one, I don't think we can take anything from that. But as far as I understand the way the inspector works, we don't find out if there's a check unless it's a fail. So without knowing what else is to be done, Mr. Sikelis is left to adapt with each and every time there's a problem. And that's where he finds himself right now. I don't know what more could be done aside from his change to say, fine, we have to go back to no vertical IDs or stop selling alcohol altogether. And that's just not something that's going to be commercially feasible or available for him. So what I would request or suggest is that any suspension of his license, if you were inclined to recommend or order the same, would really be punitive only and would not solve the issue. So it's my request that this board consider imposing any fine that's applicable, and if you are going to recommend a suspension, that the suspension be stayed for an appropriate period, that this board may want to place the licensee on a probationary period or something like that, understanding that the number of appearances before this board is already too many. And I don't think Mr. Sikelis ever expected to be back here. He certainly didn't desire to be back here. And I think based on his sincerity here today, I think you can see that he's doing everything he can to avoid being back here for any negative reason. Thank you.
I believe if you are checked that you get a congratulatory letter, is that correct or not correct? You do.
And that's my failing. It's not from Mr. Sikelis. That's
So
my
he
failing.
would know, and I think he's only been checked between 2020 and this last violation one time that he passed.
Okay.
That was 12/3, I think.
Have any comments this time?
I would, no, I have no comments at this time, other than I will make the appropriate motion, Mr. Chairman, but I know you might have a comment.
Inspector Benford, do you have any follow-up?
I mean,
Summary?
I did interact with George that night of the incident, and he was very distraught. He was very upset. He takes these personally, and I believe him. He actually that night told two servers in front of me, "We're not taking vertical IDs."
If I could make one comment, Chairman, I would like to.
Yes.
One thing that I think could have changed this whole thing is, generally when people have two violations like that, we always ask them, what did you do after the last violation to try to prevent the new violation? And they give us a list of things that they did, and most of the time they're all positive. So if I were to ask you what you did from 2020 to now, what you would tell me, and if this is not correct, let me know, is that you decided to continue taking vertical license or changed your policy from no vertical license to taking vertical license. And I think if you had not changed that June policy, that maybe this would not even have happened.
And you're absolutely right, and I think back at that time and regret it, obviously because I'm here, and I wish that I never made that decision. But as much as I wish to make the right decision to point the company in the right direction, sometimes you mess up. And that decision, yes, to answer your question, do I regret that decision? Yes. During the staff meeting, when I was speaking to the servers about this topic, I said, I don't understand how someone as structured as me is in this position. And they let me down. And trust me, I think back at that time frame where I said, okay, vertical IDs only go to managers, which it did go to a manager, but ultimately
Right.
still served.
Right.
Yes, I regret that decision.
And that's why the board always recommends establishments not to take vertical licenses, because you're only one person, you can't be there and monitor all 45 employees.
I have a quick question. Based on your file, your gross alcohol sales in 2020 were 7.3% of your receipts. Does that sound right or wrong?
It doesn't sound right. So,
What-
are you referring to beer, wine, liquor, and cocktails?
Versus food. So there's a ratio between food and alcohol sales, and restaurants report that to the board. Now,
Excuse me, but what did you just say, 7%?
7.3%.
It's my understanding that he said that alcohol sales represents 17%.
Right. And I'm just looking at my notes, I could be wrong, but I thought the file reflects, now in 2019, it was 8%. And the actual gross number of alcohol sales in 2020 that's reported by Fratelli's was $215,394. And then it was a note that was 7.3% of the gross proceeds to the restaurant.
I'm sorry, you said that was the 2020 number,
Yeah.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is way down from, obviously, from 2019. So 2020 is a COVID number. 2019 was, the numbers were much higher, so
I'm sorry, what was the percentage in 2019?
reported percentage
Sure.
was 7.3%.
I thought that was 2020.
Oh, 2019? 2019 was 8%.
Okay.
Now, I could be wrong. Yeah.
And I'm absolutely gonna look into that, but no, those numbers do not,
Sound right to you? Okay.
they don't.
But, well, I'm certainly not testifying here, but I'm just offering by way of an explanation. March of 2019 was when the restaurants were shut down and alcohol sales couldn't even happen. So perhaps the numbers are reflected in both.
Right. And
19
food sales couldn't happen either.
Right.
So proportionately, as I looked through several years of what Fratelli's was reporting, it's pretty consistent. The gross numbers were down significantly. Like in 2019, alcohol sales were reported to be over $500,000.
In 2019?
Yeah. Now, maybe I'm reading it wrong, and which is quite possible because I don't normally go digging into this information, but I thought maybe in this case I would like to know, especially in light of what council was suggesting about staying, suspension and things like that. And I think council, that the maximum fine we can give is $2,000.
I do.
And the last time here, the combined fine was $2,000 for the two events, $600 and $1,400. So that's kind of not a significant jump like we normally impose when there's a pattern. So that's one reason I wanted to look at these numbers, just so I had a better understanding. I might be wrong, but that's what I have.
Can I ask
So in a normal year, it would be 17%. Is that reasonable?
And that is what owners strive for. Now, are these percentages here given to you monthly or annually?
I think that's the annual
Annual.
report.
So,
Mr. Kellis, the numbers I think that he is referring to is when you apply for your license renewal, there is a figure that is placed upon that renewal for the past year's business. And that, I think, if I'm correct,
Yeah.
that's the figure that he's taking from. So it's a report that is generated by your establishment, I should say. I don't know who does the report, but those numbers are given to us as you renew your license. And I assume that the license renewal has been received.
yes, I did receive the license renewal.
It may have just been a math error because I'm coming up with 12% based on the sales.
Well, we can discuss figures here all day long, whether they're pro or con or whatever they are, but I'm sure it's a significant figure. So unless you have any other questions, either one of you,
No.
comments? Testimony is closed, and now we will move into the discussion of the merits of the case.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we briefly adjourn to discuss the merits of the case.
I'll second that.
Motion's been properly made and second that we adjourn to discuss the merits of the case. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, and gentlemen, we're back in session.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we go back on the record.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Motion been made and seconded that we go back on the record. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
We're back on the record.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion if it's okay with you and the other commissioner.
Yes, sir.
At this time, we will find case 6373, Fratelli's Seafood Restaurant, Hanover Pike, Hampstead, Maryland, culpable of a fourth violation of sale to minor. We'll fine them $2,000, and on top of that, it will be a deferred 10-day suspension starting on a Friday to be determined. And if they have a violation within 3-year period, we will implement that deferred suspension for the 10 days. Also, we will also be able to check Fratelli's multiple times, our inspectors, at their will.
I would second that motion, and just for point of clarification, I think what we're saying is that our inspectors may appear at Fratelli's more than you're used to in the past. If you accept that, then I would second the motion.
Motion has been properly made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable and assess a $2,000 fine with a 10-day suspension, a Friday to be determined. If there is a violation within the next 3 years, and that numerous checks for sales to minor will be held within that period of time.
Just one clarification, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a 10-day suspension from Friday to Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
Sunday, I'm sorry. Any further discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. We find you culpable and assess a $2,000 fine, which can be paid within the next 30 days upon official receipt of the actions of this commission today, and a 10-day suspension beginning on a Friday through a Sunday, which could be added if a violation for sales to a minor within the next 3-year period occurs, and that would be in addition to any action that would be taken from a future violation. And the understanding that numerous checks will be made during this 3-year period. Do you understand the action of this commission? Do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, my only question was gonna be, the violation, which you clarified. It means very specifically, no more minor sales violations will trigger the suspension, not everything else.
That's the understanding.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you all very much. We wish you much success and hope we don't have to go through this again.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. At this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to call our next case, 6374, please.
All right, case 6374, Class C, beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Sid Reyes, Richard D. Rote, and James W. Brown for the use of Hampstead American Legion Post 200, building core trading as Hampstead American Legion Post 200, 4600 Legion Drive, Hampstead, Maryland, 21074. Violation hearing, sale to a minor. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. a January 12th, 2022 letter from Dennis E. Mitchell to the Board of License Commissioners. Notice of intention to defend with the box checked. I intend to contest the alleged violation. Dated January 12th, 2022. Signed James Brewer. There's a December 23rd, 2021 letter from Joe Vance to Sid Reyes, Richard D. Rote, and James Brown. There's a photograph of the volunteer, vertical Maryland driver's license that states that she was under 21 until August 28th, 2023. There's a photograph of the volunteer at the table with a bottle of alcohol in front of her. There is a alcohol compliance violation sheet dated December 22nd, 2021, and completed by and signed by Inspector Keith Benford. There is a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the station area, Brian L. D. Leonardo, and it's signed by a Wilbur Roten. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance, please.
You can stand, but you can testify.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Thank you. And may I remind you, as you are called upon to testify the first time, to please state your name and address for the record and spell your last name, and those microphones can be just pulled closer to you. Speak up. This time.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Dennis Mitchell, 1329 North Main Street, Hampstead, Maryland. Represent the Hampstead Post 200 American Legion.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Inspector Benford, will you be presenting this case?
Yes.
Please proceed then.
Inspector Keith Benford, Board of License Commissioners. On December 22nd, 2021, at approximately 4:50 p.m., I had an underage volunteer enter Hampstead American Legion Post with the intent to purchase alcohol. The volunteer sat at the bar. The bartender, Will Woten, sitting in a white long-sleeve shirt, asked the volunteer what she wanted. The volunteer asked for a Miller Lite. The bartender asked the volunteer for her ID. The volunteer showed her Maryland license. The vertical license states that she is under 21 years of age. The bartender then served the volunteer the beer. Upon my arrival, I spoke with the bartender, Will Roten. He is tip certified, and he knows that it's crime to serve a minor. He said he did not serve the minor, and he has no excuse. I showed defense counsel 2 pictures. I make a motion to enter these 2 pictures.
No objection.
Mr. Benford, I have one question. Did you say the server said he did not serve the minor?
He said that's what he told me, yes.
We'll accept those the exhibits into evidence.
The volunteer at the age of this incident was 19 years old.
So, we don't need a county attorney here for this contested case.
I don't think we do, but I don't know what this procedure is. I thought if that's the case, we had to have a county attorney, I still know.
We've done other ones without the county
Have we?
attorney, yes.
Okay, this time, Mr. Mitchell, would you like to proceed and tell us?
Yes, 2 questions for the inspector. The inspector, when the initial conversation took place between the young lady who entered the facility, you weren't in there until the bartender was returning the license to the young lady, were you? You hadn't entered the
Yes,
building at that
that is correct. I walked in where Mr. Rocha was talking to, I believe, one of the licensees and in the process of returning the license.
Okay, so you didn't hear the conversation took place at the time of the occurrence?
No, I did not.
Okay, and when you entered the premises and came into the building, he had returning the license to the young lady. Did he attempt to remove a beer can that he had that was sitting at the back of the bar? To take it away?
I do not
to serve
remember him,
her?
I do not recall, no.
Okay. Did you move the beer can from its location?
Yes, I did. I moved it closer to take a picture.
You moved it from the back of the bar down in front of the young lady?
Yes,
Okay. And that bar is approximately 15 inches wide, so if the beer was sitting at the back, you moved it down, according to your picture, right near her at the front of the bar.
maybe about, I probably moved about 6, 7 inches.
Okay. I'd have nothing further for them.
So if I understand the sequence here, you were not in the building when the beer was brought to the volunteer?
When I got in the building, the beer was sitting in front of the volunteer.
Okay, but
There would be pictures, but it was sitting at the other end, in front of her, at the bar, 20, what do you say, 15, the bar's 15 inches?
That is at the back of the bar.
okay, I'll get to that in a second. Now, my question is, you weren't in the building when the beer was brought to the lady?
No, I was not in.
Okay. And at some point, you come in.
After she texted me that she'd been served the alcohol, that's when I came in.
Okay. And when you came in, what did you see?
I saw an open Miller Lite can sitting in front of her on the bar.
It was open.
Yes, it was open.
When you say sitting in front, how far away from?
12 inches to 13 inches, something like that. If the bar is 15 inches, going by what the defense attorney is saying, it was probably around the edge of 15, between 12 to 15 inches away.
Okay. Was it within her grasp?
Yes, it was.
Because she had reached and
Easily,
retrieved
yes,
and picked it up.
yes.
You say easily. Was she had to bend over? Was she
Nope.
had to get out of her seat? Could she stay
Nope.
seated and reach
She
and
could stay
grab?
seated and reach it
Okay.
like this.
And you did not see who opened this beer can?
I did not see who opened it.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's all the question I have at the moment.
Mr. Miller, you may proceed.
I would call Charles Marshall. Would you please state your full name and address?
Charles Joseph Marshall, Marschall, and I live at 3850 Normandy Drive, Unit 1C, Hempstead, Maryland, 21074.
And are you a member of the American Legion Post 200?
Yes, I am.
And what is your current capacity with the organization?
I'm the commander of the post.
All right, and I'm going to ask you, does the post maintain some type of security system at the facility?
Yes, we have video cameras at the facility,
How many video cameras do you have at that facility?
16.
Okay. And were those cameras in operation on the 22nd of December, 2021,
Yes, they were.
around the hours of 4:30 in the afternoon, around the time of this occurrence?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And as a result, you became aware of this particular violation that was alleged to happen at the facility?
Yes, we became aware.
And did you, in conjunction with anyone, retrieve the videos and obtain pictures of the occurrence that took place at that time?
Strat Security provides our security system, and we've invited a technician to come in and help us review the tape and retrieve pictures from the tape.
And you were actually involved in the transposing of the
Yes.
film to the tape? Were those pictures in any way altered, modified, changed from the original view of the cameras?
No, that's not possible.
I would like to take a look at these 11 photographs of the time frame in which this occurrence took place,
Ye-
and see if you can identify those. Take a look at them if you would, for me, Clay.
Yes. Yes, those are the pictures from the tape.
We would enter these into evidence as Legion's exhibits 1 through 11, alleged incident occurred.
We'll accept them as evidence.
Thank you. Does your facility have a training program for bartenders?
Yes, we do.
And is that something that you post or a brochure? How do you do that?
We're usually notified of what we call a TIPS training program, and we ask the bartenders to attend.
Okay, and as a result of that, are all your bartenders trained in that?
Yes.
And you are a private organization, the general public can't walk into this facility.
No, we're a not-for-profit American Legion and not open to the public.
So in order to get into the facility, you either have to have a key card to get through the front door, or you have to be buzzed in if someone comes in that forgot their card, or someone that's coming in to meet someone at the facility.
Correct.
Okay. I'd have nothing further to this witness.
I got a question. If I can ask questions, or what do you want to ask?
Let's see what my colleagues have to say before you ask any.
I have no problem with it. Do you have any problem with it?
No, we don't have a problem.
No, I have no problem with asking questions. But let me ask this question first. Do you know whether or not this lady was buzzed in to the
Yes,
American Legion?
that's the only way.
I'm asking him.
Oh, sorry. You look at me, okay.
Yeah, both the volunteer and the inspector were buzzed in
By who?
by Mr. Rhodes.
Mr. Rose?
Wilbert,
Yeah, he was the bartender in question,
yes.
didn't it? Okay. So how does that work? He hears a bell ringing?
Yes, there's a bell that rings, and there's a buzzer underneath the bar that he pushes to admit.
Okay. And how does he know that it's a member of the club, a member of the organization that's coming through the door? How does he know that?
You asked for identification.
Okay. Who asked for identification?
Bartender,
Okay, is there a log? Do people have to sign in?
if you're not a member and if you're a guest of a member, you have a log to sign.
Okay, in this case, was this volunteer a guest of a member?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Was this particular volunteer that we have a photograph of, was she a guest of a member?
She claims she was.
And the bartender asked her if she was a guest of a member?
Yes.
Did she sign a log?
No.
Okay. That's all I have at the moment.
Do you not have to sign a log when you're a guest?
Yes.
Is there any reason why they didn't make her sign the log?
Can you repeat that? I'm hard of hearing.
I'm sorry, is there any reason they didn't make her sign the log? Why
They-
didn't she sign, in other words, why didn't she sign the log?
She claims she was meeting a member, and she was waiting for him.
But she's still a guest, right?
Yes,
So she should have signed the log.
yes.
Any other questions of this witness?
I got a question. When was she asked for ID to determine if she was a member? Was she asked for ID to determine if she was a member?
She was asked for ID.
When in the process?
Before she was served the beer.
Okay.
Any further questions of Mr. Marshall? If not, Mr. Mitchell, the next
Thank-
witness?
Thank you. You sit over here. Let him- Would you please state your full name and address?
My name is Wilbert Creighton, and I live on 2101 Snydersburg Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21175.
All right, and are you a member of the American Legion?
I am.
And how long have you been a member there?
I've been a member there, I guess, over probably 20 years or so.
All right, and you're a bartender there at the
I'm a
facility?
bartender,
And you were bartender on the date of this occurrence, on
Yes.
December 22nd?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you documents that have been given to the board to take a look at, and ask you if you would look at these and tell me what you observe here. What does that picture show you? This is
That's-
exhibit number 1.
This is the girl that came in and, I asked her if she was
Well,
a member.
where is she at in this picture?
Well, she's not at the bar here.
No, she's at, where is
She
she?
just came in the door.
Okay, so she has to be given access to get in with this picture.
Yes, I left her in.
And if you will note on the pictures, they're all date and time stamped, showing the specific times that these occurrences took place. Let me show you the next picture, exhibit number 2. Tell me, what if any conversation you had with the young lady when she came in? and
Well,
said-
I asked her for her identification there, and I was looking at it, and Rick, he's on the license here.
Well, what if anything did she say what she was a member of?
She told me she wasn't a member, but her boyfriend was coming in.
Okay, so if someone else was coming, she was
Yes,
supposed to meet you.
she said her
Okay.
boyfriend.
Does the guest sign the login, or does the?
Yes, they're supposed to, but
Okay,
I didn't get her there, I
Okay.
guess, that's my fault.
so she said that she wasn't a member, but she was meeting her boyfriend there waiting for him.
Yeah, I was waiting for them
All right.
to come in and then
All right.
the rest.
And at that point, you asked her if she wanted something to drink,
Yes, I did.
and what did she tell you?
She told me she wanted a Miller Lite, and I did. I made another mistake by just setting it up there.
All right, now, where did you set the beer can? Had you given her that beer in front
I
of her?
did not give it to her, no.
So it's actually sitting at the back of
It's
the bar?
sitting at the back of the bar.
Did you ask her contemporaneously when you brought the beer over for identification?
I asked her for identification.
Okay, and that picture shows you looking at her license.
I'm looking at her
So
license.
you did not set the beer down in front of her?
No, I did not.
Let me let you look at the next photograph here. This is exhibit number 3. Number 3, it appears that, am I correct, that you're still looking at her license?
I'm still looking at it. I was confused with that.
And on that picture, you can see the beer can is actually back behind your head, not down in front of this young lady. Okay. When you
I'm
were
sorry,
look-
excuse me, Counsel.
Sure.
Did you ask if the beer was back behind?
You can see his head, the beer can is
His
back
head?
behind it on exhibit.
Oh, you're number 3.
Yep, 3.
Okay, thank
You
you.
can see it behind there where it's located. He brought it over, as he said, and set it at the back of the bar and asked for her identification. At the time you were looking at it, did anyone else at the bar ask you anything about this?
Yeah, Rick asked me,
I don't know who Rick is. You have to tell Rick who.
I can't think of his
Well,
name.
is he a member of your?
Yes, he is.
In what capacity does he have also in the organization?
I don't know.
Is he involved in the license?
Oh, yes, yes.
He's one of the licensees.
Yes.
So he asked you if he could look at that license
Yes,
as
he
well, is
did.
that correct? All right. Now I'm gonna refer you to exhibit number 4, and tell me what that shows.
I was showing him today. I brought her identification over there.
So
Showed
you both at this point are looking at her license?
Yeah,
Okay. And at this point, as you can see, the stool alongside her, the inspector is not there.
he's not there.
Okay, so all this is transpiring before the
Yeah.
inspector enters the building. As a result of your conversation with the licensee, what, if any, decision did you reach regarding whether she was qualified to be served? Whether or not she could drink beer?
Wasn't gonna serve her.
Okay, that's number 4. All right, number 5, I asked you to look at that again, and what does that show you?
That's the inspector coming in. I buzzed him in.
Okay, so the inspector's now coming in the building after this has transpired. At that point, he had not been in the building to see what took place. Let me let you take a look now at exhibit number 6. What are you doing there?
I'm giving her license back.
You're returning the license?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and the beer is still sitting at the back of the bar?
Yes, right there.
Okay. Exhibit number 7. Tell me what you're doing here. Now, the inspector, according to this picture, looks like he's in the picture.
I was
He's now
gonna take it off of the bar.
You were gonna remove the beer.
Yes,
And
that's
what, if
what I was
anything,
gonna
did the
do.
inspector say to you?
He was,
What did he tell you about the beer can?
he wanted the beer can, I guess.
No. Did he tell you to take it, not take it?
No, he didn't tell me to take it, no.
So, okay. Now, let me look at the next picture then, exhibit number 8. What does that show you? What is the inspector doing at that
He's
point?
getting ready to take a picture.
Okay, and the beer can is still sitting where you originally
Still,
put it?
That's where it is.
Okay. And exhibit number 9, what does that show you?
Well, he picked the can up and moved it over towards the little girl.
The inspector moved the beer can
Yes, he
from
did.
the location you had it to another location.
Yes.
You look at exhibit number 10. What does that show you there?
He's taking the picture and
Well, he's not taking
he's
his
got
picture.
got his hand on it.
All right, so the beer can is now down in front of the young lady.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 11. And it looks like at this point, the inspector's doing what?
He's taking the picture of the can.
Okay. And what has already been introduced by the inspector is his picture he submitted to the board showing the beer can now sitting in front of the young lady. Had we not had these, this is all you'd have seen. This is the only physical evidence we have seen of where the beer was.
I have a question. In any of those pictures, is that can open?
It was open, yes.
It was open?
But it was
Yes.
sitting at the back of the bar, and as he had testified, that beer can was in the corner of the bar back.
Why was it open?
I just had this,
More importantly, when was it
I
open?
opened,
Yes, when was it open?
When did you open the beer can, sir?
I opened it when I set it up there.
Okay. Did you have her license in your hand when you brought the beer can over and opened it?
No, I did not.
Okay, you got the license
I
after?
got her license afterwards.
Gotcha, okay.
So when a customer comes in and they sit at the bar and they order, let's say they order beer, what's the first thing that you usually
The
do?
first thing I do, I ask for identification if I don't know them and they ring the bell. Anybody rings the bell,
Okay.
I always ask for identification.
So
and
you
they
always,
gotta knock the
that's your first process that you always
Yes.
do. So let me ask you a question. Why did you put a beer can in front of her before you asked for her
Well, I was
identification?
kind of taking her word a little bit, I guess.
But
there.
that's not your process. You don't usually ever do that.
I know, I shouldn't have done that. It won't happen again.
And I'm, Counsel, I'm looking through the exhibits. Number 4, is it Mr. Wotan, is that how you pronounce your name? Roten?
Right.
Roten. In exhibit number 4, have your attorney show you that photograph, please?
Yeah, let me grab it now. Yes, I have it.
Can you show it to Mr. Roten?
Sure.
Mr. Roten, who are you talking to in that photograph?
I was talking to Rick Rose. Rose, I think his last name's Rose.
And-
He's the
and-
license holder, one of the license holders at the facility.
Okay, and how did you come to be talking to Rick Rose after you set the beer down on the bar in front of
He
the,
wanted to see him.
he called you over?
Yeah, he wanted to see him.
Okay,
Go ahead, I want to use that picture when you're done.
oh, okay. All right, and, what did he want to see the license for?
Checking her age.
Did you do that?
Yes.
When you checked her age, what was her age?
She wasn't gonna get served.
Okay, but this is after the beer can's in front of her? and
Well,
it-
I
and it's-
had to go back over there then.
Okay. The beer can's in front of her, the top is pulled, then you check the age on the license, and then Rick wanted to check it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
She never paid for the beer, did she?
No.
Sure.
Hmm?
You through?
It depends what more testimony comes, but, you know, we'll just see how this rolls out.
Mr. Roten, correct me if I'm wrong. Forget all this other stuff. The young lady comes in and sits at the bar. What's the first thing you did when she sat at the bar?
If I think she's not old enough, I
No,
ask for
no
identification.
thinking, no thinking. What's the first thing you did when she sat at the bar?
She told me she wanted a Miller Lite.
Then what did you do?
I got it out, and then that's where I made a mistake.
So you set it on the bar.
Yeah.
I'm looking at exhibit number 2. Your exhibit number 2. You got it?
Yes, yeah.
The young lady's seated at the bar, and you're standing in front of her with your head down. What are you looking at there?
Her license.
Her license. And is that a beer can sitting in front of her?
Yes, I did.
Look to the, as you face the photograph to your left, how far is it between the young lady and the next patron at the bar?
Next patron.
Looks like about 10 feet to me.
So, next patron, you talking about to the left? Down the bar
To the young lady's left, how far is it between her and the next patron with the guy back to her?
Oh, it's about 2 or 3 stones, I guess, ain't it? Couple stones.
That's 70 feet.
And how far is the next person to the right, if any?
There isn't.
And he's over on the other side.
There's nobody, right?
Yeah.
And you set the beer up on the bar
I did.
before you asked for ID.
Yes, I did.
Was it your intention to serve her that beer when you set it on the bar?
Well, I was kind of taking her word until,
You had not, you had set, clarify this for me. You had set the beer on the bar before you asked for ID, is that correct? So it was your intention then to serve the beer?
I guess so.
And you'd open the top of the beer before you looked at the ID. Okay.
So when a patron comes in, if I brought my 19-year-old granddaughter in and sat at the bar, what would be your first?
I don't let anybody sit at the bar if I think they're not 21. I don't. When people come in and they just go and sit at the bar, and I see they're not 21, I make them move.
You shouldn't have said that, because this girl's only 19, and you let her sit at the bar.
No.
Any other questions, Mr. Rudin?
I do understand council's point about the beer being moved for a better photograph. I did see that. It did happen.
That's the reason I asked how far the next patron was.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Mr. Rudin?
Yes, sir.
If not, Mitchell, would you like to call another witness?
We have no other witnesses, just like we heard.
You have no other witnesses? Are there any other questions before we move on?
No.
Any other comments? Inspector Benford, you got anything?
No.
All right. Testimony in this case is now closed. We'll move into any summation that you may want, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, I would like to. When originally I got involved in this with the organization, I was not aware of the fact there has been cameras in there. And I understand what the commission is saying regarding the open beer can. This is a private organization. The bartenders know most of the people that come there. They have a history of opening the beer can or if they get there to serve them. They do that. That's not uncommon to do. But I don't think the statute says anything about you can't open a beer can. The question is, are you serving someone? You either pay, no money was asked for in this case, and he put the beer at the back of the bar, not that in front of this young lady, and also he said, I need to see your license. He hadn't given her that beer yet. And the one of the licensees sitting there said the same thing. Let me look at her license too. The concurrence was, she doesn't qualify. She has a license that doesn't allow her to be served. He went back to retrieve that beer can from there when the inspector told him don't move it. And I guess the question I have to ask is, if we're saying that service was done by the beer can where it was, then the picture shouldn't have been taken where it was. There's been service in this park. Not moving the beer can from the back of the bar down, then taking the picture. I've never seen anything in that kind of scenario, not at all. You don't do that. The evidence is what it should have been, where the beer was sitting at the time. You put it on the bar, was that service to the young lady? I don't think it was. And I think the inspector may have thought it wasn't, unless he wouldn't have moved it down in front of her. He moved it down by 12 inches. That's a substantial amount from the back of that bar. So I don't think he's in violation. Should you open a beer can? Probably not, but as I said, the statute doesn't say you can't open a beer can. The question is, did you serve the party? I don't think he did serve her. And I think the photos kind of prove that out. He asked for her license as he came back and set the beer down. He didn't serve her and walk away. He didn't create a tab. He didn't ask for the money. All that was asked at the time.
Mr.
So I
Benford,
asked the commission to consider that.
Dr. Benford, do you have any summation?
Yes, tips and TAM training, the first thing they do in the training is teach you to ask for ID before you do anything. You're supposed to ask for ID before you bring a beer out, serve the beer. And counsel was wrong. He did walk away. He left an open beer can at the bar, turned his back onto him, talked to a patron who was drinking to determine if he should serve this person. That's one thing I add.
This time, summation and testimony is closed, and we will move into the discussion of the merits of the case. Gentlemen, unfortunately, things like this happen with no intention to break any laws or create any ill will or anything like that. And unfortunately, and in most cases, and I'm not aware of the inner workings of this particular American Legion and so forth, and many times, as in all cases today, it's difficult for employees, and we have maybe some small remuneration for what I would call basically a volunteer in these types of situations. In my opinion, personal opinion, we talk about a bar being 15 inches wide. We talk about within arm's length of being able to reach a can. And all of us are going to get old one day. Some of us are already old. And over periods of time, we get accustomed to doing things a certain way and so on and so forth. Sometimes we react a little bit different or don't react as we age and so on and so forth. I personally think that Mr. Roten, as the bartender, where you have to either be a member of an organization or get rung in, just like the VFWs and the Elks and various other, the Lyric used to be in Hanover and so on and so forth. When you have people that are accustomed to doing things a certain way, and you have nonprofit organizations that support those who serve that community or their country in any way and so on and so forth, and I put myself in Mr. Roten's place. Maybe I would do things a little bit different. I think in this case, perhaps he reacted, as been pointed out here, this is the way I do things, and 99% of the time, it's members and so on and so forth, particularly at the bar, that he recognizes, the bartender would recognize, unless it's comes kind of a special event where you've got families invited and so forth, but that's the exception rather than the rule. And I think, in this case, the bartender intended to serve as a reaction to what he normally does. But then all of a sudden realized, hey, this is a stranger in here. This is a young lady. I forgot to ask for ID. And upon getting the ID, realized that she was underage. I think his first tip should have been, she said at the bar, was, is this person 21? Is she old enough to sit at the bar, number one, before he even considered serving her? But it kind of concerns me a little bit. I know it's pretty difficult to prevent and serve your customers and your families and so on and so forth without getting buzzed in. I don't buy that the beer was too far away and so on and so forth. I just think Mr. Roden reacted rather than act, and then all of a sudden realized that, hey, and at that time realized that he shouldn't have put that beer up there, and I can see why he put it up there. So with that, there are my comments, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with your observations, especially the ones in connection with mitigating circumstances in this case. Force of habit, things happen. I understand that. And by the way, it looks like the American Legion Hampstead has an excellent record.
They do, Bishop, and in 2 instances in your file, you'll find where they were tested, and they come up perfect in both cases. The record reflects that in that file. And as you indicated, these are volunteers. These are people that help volunteers for veterans, for families, for the community trying to better it. A lot of these people just give their own time and effort to make this happen for the betterment of all of us.
I appreciate that, Council. And I appreciate what the Chairman has said equally. I think that legally there was service here. Even if you stretch it to constructive possession, there was service. But I think there's actual service because the beer top was opened and it was in the reach of the patron, so I think that's actual service legally. But I do agree with your points you make, Council, about the excellent record that the American Legion has, and I agree with points that the Chairman has made regarding how this was a slip-up. You know, and the American Legions are a little different than, they're a lot different than a lot of places where alcohol is served and things can become done by habit because it's a private membership, and I appreciate that. And excellent record. This is the first offense, and I would turn the floor over to Commissioner Harmoning for his comments.
I think you've had 7 prior checks to the American Legion, and I think they passed all 7 of those. It is a private club. I think here maybe you didn't go to the extent of making sure this individual belonged there, and everybody makes mistakes. I agree with both Chairman and Commissioner Barnhart. It was just a mistake, and you get in the habit of doing certain things, and you slip up here and there. Everybody does. I mean, there's lots of establishments that come in here and for the same reason. So with all that said, I think we can make a motion, Chairman, if it's okay with you.
Sure, anybody, you can make a motion.
So I would make a motion to find the American Legion of Hampstead culpable of sale to minor, and with a fine of 300, but suspend the 300. How would you feel about that, Mr. Barnhart?
That's the motion I would have made. So I second your motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable, assess a $300 fine, and suspend the fine due to past history. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Gentlemen, we find you culpable of sales to a minor, assess a fine of $300, and suspend the fine.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Any other questions? If not, congratulations on a past record. Keep up the good work and all that you do for the community and everything that Legion stands for. So with that,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
And thank you for your service.
With that is 1:15. We are adjourned until 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reconvening the February meeting of the Carroll County Board of License Commissioners. First item of business, Mr. Johansson is here. Mr. Dave, it appears that you have, your establishment has been attributed to 5 customers with DUIs during the past year. My question to you is, without knowing the circumstances, a couple of these, based upon information that has been provided to us, I guess, from the police reports, is .19, .16, and .17, and one refused. And it appears that one of them was right at the .08. Would you like to tell us what you procedures and things are to prevent this type of thing?
Well,
Your patrons from leaving, being with too much to drink? Seems as like you're a regular participant in this discussion.
well, there's no way to explain that regular participant thing is. We have come up with a figure that is not exactly correct, not exactly, it's an average. But we've come up with,
Dave, this is on the record, right? State
do
your
I
name.
have to swear in?
No. State your name and address for the record.
David Johansson, 1512 Honesty Drive, Westminster. We've come
What'd you
up
say,
with-
Honesty Drive?
You got it, man.
I tell you, right there, Jack.
And you know who named that road, don't you?
I imagine you.
I did.
That's what I thought.
We've come up with a figure at Johansson's, which is down under and upstairs, approximately 71,318 people a year go through those doors.
Is that a total of both places?
Yeah, down under and.
And upstairs.
Yes. And, the last time we were here, you guys discussed a rate,
Compliance.
Yeah, compliance rate. Well, our compliance rate is .00006, which is very good for the amount of people that go through that. But that being said is, that our employees, when we get employees, about 90% of them are TAM certified. The reason the 10% is not TAM certified because they come and go on such a quick level. Each employee that serves or bartends signs off on TAM. They understand the criminal ramifications. There's management in the building every night till closing. We keep a log, and this is more specific for the police department. We keep a log of any mischief or anything that's substantial that occurs. That way we're protecting ourselves and a lot of things get disputed, but when you write it down, we remember it. We don't allow any vaping in there because, as we all know now, everybody smokes weed out of your vaping. So we don't allow that in there. And we we refuse service multiple times a week. Multiple times. These guys, and the girls too, they come in so banged up from a party or whatever, they just can't come in for multiple reasons. One is, they're too intoxicated, and number two is, they're not gonna buy anything. So what's that do? What that puts, legality on me. So we don't want your business if you're not here to spend, and we don't want your business if you're falling down. We don't need it. So it is a problem, with the pre-gaming, and pre-gaming is what my guys and I do every morning. Pick up empty bottles, empty liquor bottles, 12 packs of beer. We're all drinking before you come in the place. So, yes, there's people that sometimes have too much to drink. We've got to cut them off, and you got to tell them you can't, we try to get a friend of theirs to take them home. But one of the main things I want to explain to you guys, we can be packed downstairs and packed upstairs, and those parking lots can be empty. So what's that tell you? That tells you that they're getting their way home somewhere. Somebody's getting a ride in because they ain't driving. If they are driving, they're parking way away somewhere. But we have a right to stay until 2 o'clock. Rarely we do. Most of the guys and girls are done.
Ma'am? Yeah, woman, I think it's
It's a never-ending battle. I think you guys know, and I know, if somebody's intoxicated, you're not making any money off of it. You know what I mean? And they create problems. So, if you notice, we're down, we're open down under 3 days a week. And there's a couple reasons for that. People aren't coming out like they did, and the lack of employees. We made a decision last week, we're not even gonna open the outside area this year. We don't have any employees. So I blew a lot of money last year for nothing on that. So it's just gonna be a parking lot this summer until things get back. So that's about all I have to say. I think my doorman and I think my employees do an excellent job for the volume of people who go through there.
Inspector Ben, for the report that you gave us all the way on the far right,
Yes.
is that male, female?
Far right is the police department, Westminster Police Department and Maryland State
Yeah,
Police.
okay.
And then UM is unknown?
Unknown.
Okay,
They didn't put down
gotcha.
on the report.
Hey, Dave, is there a number where someone gets cut off drinks?
It's more, we go by what Maryland rules say it's visible. Visible. You just can't start counting. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah, some licensees do, I'm just asking.
Well, if they tell you they're doing it, they're not telling the truth. Because you got enough things to do behind the bar, waiting on tables, picking up food, to be running around with a calculator. It doesn't work that way. It's all visible. We go by what the Maryland state rules are. Slurred speech, stumbling, acting stupid, loud.
You say Maryland state rules, what are you talking about, state law?
Yeah,
Okay, so you're talking about visibly intoxicated.
yeah.
There's a couple
And
other
that's-
things.
Go ahead.
There's a couple other things that I do on a weekly basis. Name Sarah Redding, address 815 Mountain View Drive, Westminster. There's a few other things that I do on a weekly basis, especially when Down Under is open. We have an elevator in the building. I make sure that I am sitting right where I can see the front door, the elevator, and the entire bar. I also will lock down the elevator upon any kind of suspicious young people trying to get downstairs, people going up and downstairs with alcoholic drinks. That way we can monitor them going in and out the front door instead of having them ride up and down the elevator. We also close Down Under at 1 a.m. and not 2 a.m. Now, upstairs will stay open a little longer. We usually have more of a docile crowd, a regular crowd, an older crowd. But when Down Under closes, if they start to come up, they usually always ask for water. And then if anything looks suspicious, I will call last call and we'll shut it down early.
I haven't been Down Under for umpteen time. Is it mostly beer sales Down Under?
Beer sales, for the most part, we go through a lot of canned beer, yes. Michelob Light, Michelob Ultra, Coors Light, Bud Light, Miller Light. We don't have any craft brews downstairs, nothing very,
You don't do any craft brewing anymore?
just our house beers, which are also very low in alcohol content.
That clientele down there doesn't necessarily, they don't wanna spend $8 for a month.
What are your house beers, like 4%?
They usually range about 4.7 to 5.2. We just put a new one on, it's 5.2, it's a porter, but that's not downstairs. That's only upstairs.
I have nothing else.
Anything else? Well, we appreciate you coming in. As you know, you're here for various reasons, support and so on and so forth, and other things at various times. It's always good to see you, but we just thought that maybe you could enlighten us a little bit, knowing, but as you pointed out, if you have over 70,000 patrons a year, and as far as this report shows, it's only 5, it's kind of minuscule, but we are concerned even if it was only 1. So it's like some other things that liquor licensee per se are responsible, but do everything they can to prevent things from happening and so on and so forth. But mistakes are made, and sometimes things happen. We just wanted to hear what you had to say again, and you have, as testimony would show, in past years, as you just mentioned, take corrective action whenever something was called to your attention, and try to do the right thing all the time, and we certainly appreciate that. So if my colleagues don't have any further questions, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to add is that we do have signs when you come down, 'cause it's gotten to be a problem, like when we empty the trash and all. So we do have a sign that says purses, we don't allow any knapsacks in or backpacks and all that. But the girls' purses, we have subject to search. And we know who the ones that are
Yeah.
sneaking it in and this and that, because you can kind of tell. So, just want to add that they, they want to
You-
drink and they
Who
want
does the
to
searching? Do you do the searching?
I always have a female with me.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jim.
Bless you.
Frankie's.
Did we get anything from?
Okay. Frankie's Bar and Grill. In downtown New Windsor, I take it.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we have several reported DUI cases during the past year. .14, .19, and the third one was refused. February of 21 and 2 in August, 2 the same night. What do you all do to detract from overindulging at Frankie's Bar and Grill?
We have, our bartenders are all tip certified. We're on the premises almost all the time. We have 2 different camera systems there. You know, we walk through, we go over stuff with bartenders. The new bartenders, you know, go online and they take, even before they're certified or go in to do their proctor on their test, the tip certification with all the information in there. We are available all the time through, you know, either a phone call or a text. And there is always somebody that is vested in Frankie's that is there at all times. And I mean, like, you know, a family member, I have 2 family members that work there. So, you know, we try to make it, you know, very personal to them, that everybody's doing everything that they can do.
Please state your name and address.
I'm sorry,
For the
it's
record.
Betty Windsor, 106 Main Street, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776.
Thank you.
Mr. Windsor, what are your hours?
We open from 12 p.m. to 2 a.m., depending on volume. Monday through Saturday and Sunday to 1 a.m.
Did you say 12 till 2 or 12 to 1?
12 to 2, everything but Sunday, and Sunday is 12 to 1.
Have you refused anybody before?
Absolutely.
How often do you do that?
It depends on, you know, like sometimes we'll go 3 weeks and people will come in and they'll be, do you mean refuse service period at all?
Refuse serving alcohol to somebody.
Like after they,
Both.
I'm not real clear, like after they've been there and they've started to drink and they look like, you know, maybe
Yeah, if they come
they
in
need
and
to slow
they're-
down, or are you talking about somebody that comes in intoxicated?
No, if they come in drinking and you've decided
Yeah.
they have too many drinks, how many, do you do that often?
Yeah.
You did?
Gave them a glass of water. Glass of water, I'll feed them for free, just to, you know, like.
Or bars right next to a firehouse, and that whistle goes off, kind of rattles your cage.
So what you just said in response to the question is, you refuse somebody that comes in that appears to be intoxicated.
Absolutely.
At what point do you refuse service to an existing patron?
If their drink count is getting up, which, you know, we try to keep it down, you know, depending on how long they've been there. If they have like 2 drinks or so within an hour, you know, we try to slow them up. I'll tell them, you know, wait on other customers, you know, ignore them a little bit. You know, we'll tell them, you know, if you sit here a while when you drink, you know, some water, then, you know, we'll reevaluate. if they're slurring, if they are stumbling or anything, because we too have the problems, just like Mr. Johansson was talking about. Customers don't always get the alcohol that they drank on our premises.
We have a parking lot across the street.
State your name and address for the record.
Oh, sorry. Frank Windsor, 106 Main Street, New Windsor.
Thank you.
We live on the premises, so we're there 95% of the time.
Do you serve, and this is a general question, do you serve more alcohol? Do you have a bar? I've been in there for a while, so I can't remember what it looks like. Do you have a bar?
Yes.
How many seats?
Around the actual bar itself,
Yeah,
there's
yes, ma'am.
16 stools there.
15?
16.
Do you serve more alcohol at the bar than you do at tables, would you say, or not?
It's probably about the same.
Dylan?
Nothing here.
Can I just say that on this, the DWI, the number one that is on February 21st, and the one on February 21st, I actually, she was being very mean and nasty to the bartenders. And they had told me this, and I went out and observed. I was running a pool tournament for a fundraiser that we were having. So I went out and I actually cut her off myself. She was afforded a sober ride home. Her and her car were, taken to her house and left. And she drove back. She was not allowed to come in. And when she left, that's when she got her DWI.
She did you the kindness of identifying your place as the source of her drinks, too.
Yes, she,
Well, in the middle of her night, she left, probably an hour, and come back and she was hammered up.
yes.
Yeah.
So is she banned now?
Yeah, she wanted to fight me on the way out the door
She
because
was
I
banned then.
cut her off. She,
Is she
came in,
still
she gave her
banned?
keys to the
Huh?
bar.
Is she still banned?
oh yes, she'll never come in there again. You can't want to fight me and come back again. Yeah.
But she
it
came and
was-
gave her keys to the bartender, and then she thought she could drink all she wanted.
That's-
Don't work like that.
That's mostly what she was mad about, and when I told her it didn't work like that. She had some other ideas. But her and her car were delivered to her house,
And I believe that's in the police report.
and she came back, I think so.
I believe that's in the
But
police
I think she told them she came back in, but she did not. She was met in the parking lot. I didn't even really know she came back until way later. And she was met in the parking lot and told she was not allowed back on the premises or inside the establishment. And number 3, on the report, she stopped on the way home, and I know this because one of our bartenders lives in the apartment building where she stopped. And she was drinking there
They drank
before.
a bottle of vodka, what they drank. And she stayed there for like 2 and 3 hours drinking.
Well, we do understand that some of these are falsified as far as when they tell the police where they came from.
If there's no other questions, thank you very much for coming in and explaining to us what you do to prevent these type of things and answer any questions that we have on this report. So with that, unless you have any questions for us, you're excused, and we appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, we appreciate all you
Good luck,
guys do.
and
Thank you kindly.
I think it's fair to warn you that, Mr. Samios, you were mentioned at an earlier hearing here today. So
Peace place.
whether that is good or bad or not,
You have to check the tape.
it remains to be seen.
They're good people.
Request from Darren Barnes to be allowed to deliver alcohol from Gamber Liquors, College Square Liquors, and House of Liquors, and request.
Yeah, so we had discussed this at a previous business meeting. I'm assuming I'm gonna need to put the request in writing at some point, but I was trying to get clarifications exactly.
Darren, state your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Darren Barnes, 813 Snowfall Way, Westminster, 21157. So I'm coming back to formally request and then get instruction on how to request formally for each location. Primarily, House of Liquors. Over the years, that's one reason I asked Pete maybe come if he could, because he has more recollection of all the different rule changes and stuff. And I wanted to maybe try to do some research on how all this is going down, because I'm kind of confused as to what I'm allowed to do, especially once Mr. Benford sent that email. So, because over the years, we haven't done at House of Liquors, which is the longest I've been there, 30 years. We have, as far as I know, from time to time, we've had permission. So I don't know if it's in my file, or I looked through my records, I couldn't find it. But anyway, we don't per se want to do delivery. You know, when you call up and send a 6-pack of beer, you know, like a pizza delivery. We really have a lot of clients, especially over 30 years, that they do weddings and wedding venues, and the customer themselves, whoever's doing the wedding, they get referred to us, and then we will help them build their order, like how much they want, you know, what they're gonna need. We offer that as kind of a service. And a lot of times it's mainly weddings. There's a couple other places that we've been asked to deliver and have delivered over the years, like, you know, some assisted living homes, like to have, you know, private parties. You know, it's heavy stuff. Like they usually get the bag-in-a-box wines and stuff like that. So anyway, we get referred that, and especially in the springtime, it's a lot. We get a lot of referrals. And one of their biggest things is it's their wedding day and stuff like that on a Saturday. And, you know, one of the big conveniences is they don't really have the time or want to come get it, so they want us to bring it to them. So that's kind of basically all we want to do, and that goes across the board. You know, Gamber, we've only had one request down that way, but it's, you know, there's a wedding venue down that way that's asked us a few times. And, you know, we're just trying to get clarification and as to how to do it, if we can do it, and ask permission to do it.
So if in fact you had permission to do it, the delivery of, that's in effect now by our rules for restaurants and so on and so forth for mixed drinks, requires a minimum amount of food delivery along with the drinks. So if,
Well, isn't that for open drink?
It is, but.
yeah, but let me finish.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
What the minimum is, food along with drinks. And I think we only have 3 that do it. And probably one of the 3 indicates that the last time he was in here, probably the one that delivers the most, said that the past month and a half he made 1 delivery. My point being, if you were able to deliver, there probably should be a minimum order in order for you to be allowed to be delivered.
Oh, we definitely have a minimum.
The reason
Usually
I
it's
say that, if you don't
Usually it's
put-
$100, it's $1 of value, but I don't have a case on it, but I mean, I'm not gonna, it's not cost effective. I mean, to be honest, on a 30-pack of beer, we make $2-3.
Well,
So
my-
to deliver
that's-
even 2 of those, it's not worth it to us.
That's my point, being this, if you have a $50 limit or something like minimum limit or something like that, I haven't bought liquor for I don't know when, but I see your ad in the paper every now and then.
Mhm.
You're talking about 2 bottles of VO or something like that for $50.
Mhm.
And I don't think it would be profitable
Mhm.
for that to happen. And I
No.
appreciate what our earlier discussion was, and you just pointed out here, is the special events that pays you to do it.
Well, typically I charge to do it. I mean, even on a $500 order, it's not even worth me taking my time. You know, number one, I gotta have one of my staff members leave the premises. So I have to plan for that. So typically I have to bring another staff member in, which is, in these day and age, $15, $16 an hour. And if it takes an hour to 2 hours to deliver it, that's $30 right there. And then I gotta use gas to go deliver it and come back. And, so it's usually at least a $50 charge unless we work something out, you know, if they're buying, you know, they're spending a certain amount. And, you know, we don't allow returns or whatever, so.
So what you're saying is, as an example, let's say, okay, you can't deliver unless it's $100 or more, and you have a delivery form, just like the current requirements for those that can deliver open drinks, so on and so forth, that's completed for each delivery.
Oh, yeah, we could fill out a delivery form. I think, I don't do it, at the restaurant, we don't deliver, but, you're saying you have a log form, you're suggesting a log form, and then we just keep it with the orders and keep it on file?
Where it's delivered, the time it's delivered, who delivers it, and who signs for it, who it's delivered to certify that they're 21 or older. It's a very,
No, that's not a
it's a
problem.
full page, but it's a very simple form.
Mhm. Yeah, if you get us, or if you provide us with a form, or if you want me to print a form up, I
He
can.
can give you a form, we got the
Yeah.
forms that we use now.
We're just exploring
Yeah.
Yeah.
possible ways to address your
Yeah.
desire here, and that's one of them. I think what the chairman's asking is, in your mind, where's the cutoff? How much?
I think $100 is a good number, but it's up to you. But I mean, for my purposes,
Yeah,
I
for your
mean,
purposes.
everybody's different, but I mean, I don't think $100 is a problem. I would not deliver, and I don't think I have, maybe in 30 years, 1 or 2 times delivered something that's under $100. You know, like one of them was to an older lady on Uniontown Road one time. She was housebound and begged me to bring it to her, so I did.
Yeah.
You know, but that's not something we do. That was just a courtesy on my way home type thing.
Okay.
But
generally for events, you have
definitely
a lot that you're delivering.
Yep.
Can-
I would say
can
the
you give us a
average
ballpark
between
of-
400 to 700 is what they average dollars.
So, yeah, so you're happy delivering that amount of product?
Yeah. That's all we want to do. It's just mainly, really, it's a service, because let's face it, they probably would buy it, but I mean, we set ourselves apart too, because I mean, I feel like we do go above and beyond. That's why they call us, you know. They say, how many people are you having? 200. All right, we figure out per drinks per person, how much wine, how much liquor, how much. We do a service that way to save them money so they don't overbuy and stuff like that. You know, I don't want to have to deliver way more than what they're going to need. And number two, they don't want to spend more. And then, you know, we'll give them a discount based on volume. But we will also.
So out of curiosity, you say it's high school graduation weekend, and you get a call from an address for like $400 of booze, and there's a 21-year-old who's signing for it. Comfortable?
No, we wouldn't do that. There's never been a time when somebody called there and we delivered it a half hour later.
I'm sorry, what?
There's never a time when somebody just calls us and asks for a delivery and we would take it.
Okay.
No, we're not into that. We
that's a
wouldn't
good
do it.
point.
We would not do it. There would be, these are all pre-arranged deliveries.
Okay, yeah.
So your objective is just, you want to deliver to special venues?
Correct.
Not individual people at houses, right?
Exactly.
Any other questions?
No, I don't have any other.
Pete, you want to add anything? Identify yourself.
Pete Samios, 152 East Main Street, Westminster. And the only thing I'd add is, these are business people. They're not going to do something that they lose money on. Basically, I think we get away too much and worry about what's going to be delivered where. But there's no money in delivering, in his end of the business, a case of beer or even a single bottle of liquor to an address. It doesn't make any sense. You know, maybe a pizza place, where they're getting a pizza delivery, or a food delivery, and then they wanna add some beer to it, they might be able to make money on it. Because they're not paying the driver probably gets his pay off of tips. So it's just something that would almost self-police itself, you know, at a Class A level.
So you don't want no third parties involved here? You're gonna-
No, we've
No,
never.
like everybody, like I understand, like, well, most of my people are TAMP certified, but obviously we would only send somebody that's TAMP certified. And typically handling that much, it's usually would be myself or one of my managers or assistant managers. And if we took anyone else, we might take a helper with us, because if you need a hand truck to take it off the truck. And a lot of times, I'd say the times we have done it and we've charged, most of the money that we charge goes to the person, I give it to the delivery guy, you know. Number two, you have to think about when you get into pizza delivery and everything, you got all the liability. If you're running cars around, that's a whole nother insurance situation. So I typically, like, I have a company vehicle, I'd rather just take it in that and deal with that. I'm not gonna have, like, you know, some young kid like a pizza place, hey, here's your delivery, here's your delivery. That's not anything like what we want to do at all. I'd rather have them come into the store for that. We can check them there.
I would suggest, gentlemen and ladies, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you make a formal written request and just briefly in that request indicate what you intend to do, and me personally, okay, would ask in that request that you comment just what you did here today and indicate that a bottom figure, $100, as an example. We would have something to go on and take official action on.
Okay, we'll do. I'll give it to you.
Is that, gentlemen,
I also like
ladies?
your point about prearranged.
Yeah. I'll mention that in there. Prearranged delivery to a certain destination, and we'll get the document signed by an of-age person.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some apps, you know, are being developed.
Get
people
Drizzly.
buy, and yeah, so we're.
That may be the wave of the future, but I'm not there yet. And number two, I'm not really into, that's a whole nother line of business.
Yeah.
That's a really an more urban setting type thing than it would be out here.
Yeah, well, we've
but-
had a request for it out here, and
Yeah, I mean,
Frederick
everybody
County
wants-
has it.
Yeah, it's coming.
Those services aren't cheap.
No.
People who use those, you know, they got plenty of money. I guess those young.
Well, it's like DoorDash for liquor.
Well, it's
you
not
know.
like that. What I'm talking about is you order, and then the liquor store brings it to you
Right.
on an app.
Mhm.
That's
But you have to pay you still have to pay per service to them, so
Yeah.
there's a charge.
Oh, I'm sure that
You get a six-pack, it's gonna cost you $20.
I'm sure they charge.
They'll
Yeah.
charge by
Yeah.
liquor store too.
Yeah, it has to be, because they take part of your money. So, but that's not what I'm requesting.
Yeah, we prefer you just not allow it.
Yeah,
As far as we're
that's,
concerned.
whoever requests is not gonna hear that, but I'm not for it personally.
Okay, unless there's any other comments or anything. Pete, you were referred to, you were used as a reference. And I asked the young lady how she knew Pete, and she went back, Pete, to about this size.
That's
So it's been a while ago.
Long time ago, that's absolutely true. She's a good girl.
Hard work.
Thank you.
Superfoods is next.
Yes. Superfoods Cafe wants to be allowed to sell beer and wine for carryout.
That's correct, sir.
And why do you want to sell beer and wine, and what do you expect to gain from that?
Well, we're hoping to increase our revenue. Right now, they have to stay on the premises to consume the wine or beer. And of course, with COVID, a lot of folks don't want to come out like they were prior to COVID, and I feel this would definitely help our business with that end.
And I'm sorry,
Yes.
Yeah, state your name and address for the record, I'm sorry.
Darlene Union, 320 Hideaway Drive, Westminster.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Union, you deal in local product and kind of boutique type of
That's
product, right?
correct.
Okay,
Yes, we're a vegetarian cafe.
right, okay.
We do more
A
on that
what?
side. Vegetarian, I know, it's no meat.
Yes, you're talking to a cattleman in front of you.
Hey, I found out a lot of things about protein and vegetarian. Ain't what you think it is. Go ahead, that's got nothing to do with it.
Yes, that's, we're kind of like a combo. We do have, it's a vegetarian cafe. We do a lot of smoothies, smoothie bowls, that type of things for the younger crowd. But we also have a dining area that has a bar. And what we were hoping to do is have like a paint night for the ladies to come out. They can drink wine while they're painting with their friends, have like event nights. But we also have customers that come in, sometimes like business lunches or maybe later in the afternoon. They can enjoy a glass of wine or have beer. But we also get requests that they want to take it as a carry-out, like they want to purchase it unopened to take it home for dinner or whatever. And we're only allowed to serve on the premises.
So you're asking for takeout, not
Takeout.
delivery.
No delivery at all. We don't deliver our food even. It's all, they have to come to the store.
And it'll just be the product you have in the store, which is
Correct,
in
like an
container-
unopened bottle of wine. I don't see a
unopened-
can of beer going out, but I see an unopened bottle of wine. Folks may want to take it home for dinner or a gift
Yeah.
or something.
Okay. Well,
What's, go ahead.
since you're offering a product that is kind of unique and again, it has that boutique feel to it,
Yes.
I'll just mention to the board that I certainly have no objection to it. You're not competing with Class A stat liquor stores or anything else.
Yeah, we
You're-
actually are closing at 5 p.m. right now. In the summertime, we'll probably stay until 7, possibly 8 o'clock, but it's a very small town. It's not geared, we don't get that type of crowd.
Where's
You know
your
what I'm
store
saying?
located?
It's in Mount Airy, the downtown
Mount
Main
Airy.
Street.
Okay.
And we want to be respectful for our neighbors or apartments above us, so we don't want to be, interfering with their life.
I would have no problem with
And they have to fill out a form, right?
They do not have to fill out a form.
Not to go-
Class D establishments are at the discretion of the board for carry-out. And if you give them permission, to just like any other restaurant, to sell carry-out.
You're a Class D,
Correct.
which is like the other Vine down in this city.
I don't have objection to it.
it. I don't either.
Yes.
I don't even,
No form, they just,
With no objection for us, congratulations.
Awesome,
Keep up
thank
the
you.
good work.
Thank you so
And
much.
we wish you much more success.
Okay, thank you very much.
we're reissued a new license.
Thank you.
2:45. Sanjay Patel. Gentlemen, come up here, pull those microphones in front of you, and before you have anything to say, state your name and address for the record and spell your last name, please.
Hello, board. This is Sanjay Patel from 201 Watersfield Road, Mountberry, Maryland 21771.
Good afternoon. My name is Yogesh Patel. Last name is Patel, P-A-T-E-L. And I live in 2105 Scarlet Way, Mount Airy, Maryland, 21771.
Is that Carroll County or Frederick?
Carroll County.
Carroll County? Okay, gentlemen, says here you want to explain your plans to purchase a Class A liquor establishment in Mount Airy. What do you want to tell us?
Do I have to press the button or?
No, it's on.
Oh, okay. All right, so we are interested in purchasing that facilities, Carroll County Liquor. Initially, we was thinking about relocating, but it's tough to find the place in Mount Airy. So we decided we will stay and renew the lease at that place. So we just need to learn the requirements from the Carroll County Board to be a licensee.
So if I understand you correct, you're purchasing an existing Class A establishment.
Correct.
And you intend to continue the business there?
Correct.
and who owns it now?
Rajnikant, I think I'm not sure the last name is Patel as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No relation?
No.
I'm sorry.
No relation?
No
No.
relation.
It's a very common last name, like
Yeah.
I say.
Yeah. Is this the same store where you had the interesting,
Underage sales, two
Yeah.
underage sales,
yeah,
yes.
it's a
This-
pharmacist who owned it?
Yes, this is Carroll Liquor Store, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Also had, before that, we had the wine between Carroll Town and Carroll Liquors also. That was a different owner.
So what you're saying is not quite exactly what I understood at the beginning.
And it's changed since we talked on the phone,
Mhm.
because you were looking to move it.
Right. Initially, I was thinking to purchase the license and submit it to the liquor board to hold it until we find the better location. That was the
So-
initial conversations.
But you're here before us today not to do that, but to want to make an application for a liquor license purchasing an existing license.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that
So if
correct? Is that true?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yeah.
If that's the case, you need to talk to our staff, and they will provide you with the application and what procedures you have to go through.
Okay.
And before you came back, before you come back to transfer the license, you've got a lot of things to accomplish, health department, the state license, taxation, all kinds of things,
Right.
background checks and so on and so forth, and come back to us for another hearing. It was not quite
Yeah.
explained the way that we thought.
And
You've changed your mind since,
and you're not quite buying a license.
Transferring.
Yeah, what the chairman's talking about is someone transferring it to you.
Correct.
You know, we grant licenses, we don't really sell licenses.
Right. Okay. Just only one other question. It's is it requires a Carroll County residents to be on the license, or it has to be Maryland residents?
Carroll County,
Carroll County,
one person has to be Carroll County.
one person. And how many people can be on the license?
3.
3 people can be on the license. Okay.
is this gonna be a corporation, LLC, or what?
LLC?
LLC?
Right, and Mr. Vance was very helpful along those lines, and Inspector Keith Benford can also
Okay.
answer lots of questions as well.
Okay. All right. That's good. Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
if you make arrangements to meet with them, and I'm sure they'll head you on the right track.
Just hang tight once this is over.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, let's start at the head of the business. Approval of minutes from January 12th, which you all received, should have received, plus you have them in, I guess you go, in front of you. Are there any corrections or additions?
I didn't see any.
I didn't see any.
No corrections or additions, they'll be approved as presented. Under new business, I think Commissioner Harming has a thank you letter from Sue Ann Tabler, and I'm sure you're all aware that Bob passed away a couple of weeks ago. And we set a floral arrangement, which was quite nice.
So at this point, I guess, need to discuss if we want to make a charitable donation to one of the places mentioned.
I attended the funeral and saw the arrangement. We'll see it.
Not used to over here.
Yeah, I was there, and Joe pointed out, she was, that's, over there, I said, oh. Joe did a nice job picking that out.
And since she was able to arrange for that purchase, thank you very much.
You're
Not
welcome.
only for your personal
Thank the county.
contribution, but for arranging to have it paid for.
The county actually agreed to pay for this one
Oh, that's very nice.
because of his years of service.
Yeah.
I would think, and this is just me, and I probably shouldn't say anything because I belong, but I would suggest maybe if we could make a $100 donation to Shriners Crippled Children. That's my personal opinion. You all
I agree to that,
in that?
yeah, I like that.
So, if that's agreeable,
Mhm.
you take up collection, I guess, huh? So let's see. There's $80 sitting out there. And the five of us up here put in another $5. Jim, you didn't know that, did you?
I'm learning by the minute.
Okay. So, that's what we'll do. We received a letter from Steve Tiedemann resigning from the Green Turtle of Westminster's liquor license. And, because he has, moved west to Garrett County, I think.
Yep.
But, it was a very nice, letter that, I received a copy of, that, he appreciated working with everybody, and especially Joe, for all the advice and help that she has given him over the years. He's still gonna maintain an office in Baltimore, but apparently his wife is on staff or something at Frostburg State College, and they purchased a home up there, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we send this letter to Human Resources to be put in Joe's file.
A little slow on that one.
What?
You day short. Already has.
I already
Oh, you already
said
did
it
it?
to Roberta. She's my supervisor.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna pass that up. Once you pointed it out to me.
Well, we'll go to the next item, since the letter's already been forwarded. Back of it. What is this? Oh. We have a request from the city of Westminster. God bless the city of Westminster. For March 12th, a Celtic Cantor and Ice Festival, April 23rd Wine Stroll, June 18th Beer and Barbecue Stroll, and October 8th, another oyster stroll. Is there any objection to issuing those one-day license?
No.
If not,
No.
they would be approved.
You wanna look at this?
Perhaps, Jim, maybe you could help out attending the barbecue stroll and so on and so forth, and instead of certain other people,
Why does he get the warm one? I think the new guy should get the March 12th one.
We don't wanna scare him away.
well, you could join the band and play in the St. Patrick's Day Parade in Baltimore City when it's cold like it was a couple weeks ago. And it ain't fun. Request from Raphael's to be able to participate in the strolls that we just mentioned. 3 of the dates are there, by allowing his patrons to exit his establishment with drinks in paper cups.
Keith had explained to me that during those events, the city gives you bands, that each establishment who we grant permission to checks those bands before they give them a paper cup drink to exit the premises. And Keith says that he, and I believe him, says that he emphasizes that for all licensees who request it and when the request is granted. So I'm comfortable with Keith telling everybody what.
I mean, because usually 84 East Main applies, Johansson applies, Lawrence applies for the oyster stroll. So we'll see some more of these requests.
I have no objections, but I have a question. Raphael was the owner and operator,
John Sierra?
but he's not the licensee.
Yep.
Should not the licensee apply for these things?
Yes, I agree with that.
In the past,
Yeah,
we haven't requested a licensee. We
Well,
haven't.
that's what I'm getting around to. What,
Right. I mean,
Wanna see this?
I'm just talking about what we've done in the past.
Well, I had another last minute addition handed to me when they came for their session, and it's from Johansson's, to participate, and it's from Sarah Redding, not Dave.
well, that's my point being, we tell the licensee they're responsible for everything that happens. And 98% of the time, they don't know what the heck's going on. So, that's the reason I asked the question.
I don't
Well,
think
we
in
could start
the,
making
I don't
that
think
a
in the
requirement.
past, we had that as a condition to apply though for these things. There were lots of people that applied with letters that were not licensees, and we approved them.
I'm not, George, I'm not, it's just a matter, I think when we make a charge against a licensee, they ought to be here, which I've requested, and of course, they can't be for today because she's in Italy. But my point being that they don't know what's going on, but they're on that license.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, Dave. I think we ought to.
I know what we've done in the past, but I just,
Well, if we're gonna do that, we're gonna have to do that to everybody.
I agree,
Yeah.
100%.
I think we have to tighten it
And
a
I
little bit.
can
So-
start responding to people that this needs to come from your licensee.
So are we gonna use that for the next time, or we're,
Well, I would say so, since,
I
Since-
wouldn't,
yeah.
I mean, not now, it's too late
Yeah,
for this, I
for the
mean,
next time?
Maybe we should put it in the newsletter.
put it
Yeah.
in the
Put it in
newsletter.
the
that
newsletter,
all
starting
requests,
sometime.
Yeah, that would be good.
all requests must come from the licensee.
okay.
Because in his testimony, the Fratelli's guy, he said when his mother bought the house in Westminster, that made him think that she's gonna be coming back to the county.
Right.
Because, you know, it might have been in his mind that maybe she wasn't coming back.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. He probably didn't know.
So, yeah, I kind of feel that maybe we should start to require a little bit more of our licensees, rather, you know, maybe not always be figureheads and not know what's going on in the premises that they hold a license for. I think that's popped up a few times
Yeah,
since I've been
because
here.
a lot of times they just pick a licensee just because they need a licensee, and the licensee doesn't know anything about the business.
The resident licensee.
Right.
Right.
I think that anyone we issue a license to should be involved in the business, because they're legally responsible, and they have a legal responsibility to us to
I
be
agree.
involved in the business, and I think that we should,
I agree with
going
you.
forward, be cognizant that there are some cases where the licensee is a figurehead, is absent. That's why I was wondering about the hearing, whether the licensee was overseas for an extended period of time. I think that presents us with an issue to think about.
It does.
So going forward,
Mm-hmm. If I get a request, if it's not from the licensee, I'll send it back and say this has to be from your licensee.
Yeah, I guess I can point to the rule. You know, we have a rule that requires a licensee to appear unless excused. So it's already kind of some precedent that we place emphasis on the licensees being involved
Mm-hmm.
in our proceedings.
and we have excused some out-of-state corporate people
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
in the past, but they've
Mhm.
had representatives here as well as the residents, so.
And there's another thing, if a licensee can't appear, but they're represented by an attorney,
Right.
that changes things legally as well, I think. The attorney is the agent of the licensee, whereas general manager may not have the legal ability to agree to anything that the board wants to do. It's just a thought, it's not.
You know, in retrospect from the case today, if you look back in the history, ever since they opened up until the past 3 or 4 years, there was no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something changed somewhere along the line, in my opinion. And what, I don't know.
Well, I have one other last minute submission. You can talk to him about this, not to send it on the morning of the hearing.
I'm sorry, you're pointing at me, what?
It's from the Vine on Main.
Ah.
I said, you can
So
talk
we
to them
approve-
about not sending these the morning of the hearing.
We approved Johansson's. No objections, right?
Mhm.
And this is from my cousin Vinny?
You mean Raphael's you approved?
So if you approve Johansson, you gotta approve Raphael's.
Oh, and
We approved,
we did approve
we
Raphael's.
approved Raphael's.
All right.
Okay.
That doesn't change, we still agree with whoever's here.
What does cousin Vinny wanna do?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, okay.
They just want permission to do
Outdoor.
the outdoor seating for the music nights again.
I thought they
I
already
thought
said
they
that.
already did that.
We did, I think.
I thought they had done that too, but I got that
Not
from
long
her this
ago.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
like
just a few
2
months-
months ago.
yeah, a few months
Yeah,
ago.
That'd be last year.
No, she sent something a few months ago. Because the distillery sent something in, and
she was added as a last paragraph.
yeah, then
sentence.
she added on.
Anyway, is there any objections?
There's no objections, but you remember how I said, is that triangle the footprint?
Yeah, I thought you were talking about
Well, that was the shed.
the shed. She put the
Oh.
shed in last time.
She
did put
She
the
did
shed
this
in.
before.
Yeah, maybe she did.
Oh, I might be wrong.
I thought we
Mark
were.
that down.
First time. David marked it down.
Yeah, but I'll trust you to talk to Cousin Benny about
About
being
more timely.
Yes.
Okay. She kind of figured since it was my birthday, it would just slide through.
Is it your birthday?
Today?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I knew I'd find a way to get it in here.
Yeah, you found a way to get it in.
I should have done before lunch though.
I was just gonna
Yeah.
say.
Joe, I thought that's why you baked that pie.
Sure it is.
Mine on Friday.
Okay.
Aquarian, a fellow aquarian.
According to my list here, that's all the business that we have, other than the announcements. Any other old business? New business? Without that, we will adjourn this meeting until Wednesday, March the 9th at 10 a.m. This meeting is adjourned.